Welcome.
Get
You're watching the stream. Thanks so
welcome.
much. Nameless Fellowship.
I
Exciting.
am the tree.
Where many of us are
No, you're
people.
the
You're
cat.
cat. Yeah.
Session
Don't
27 today. It's great.
polyarchy.
Really climbing it up there. Soon to be many more, I imagine. Now, going to the recap, based on what we did, kind of, and had some shopping. Ended with Gilga
Not just some
purchasing.
shopping. It was just shopping. Full
Before we left
carrot.
before we left Othema, it ended with Gilgo purchasing a carriage and a herd of donkeys on that actual carriage, and not having any way to feed them, or I don't know how that all happened. But anyways, we ended up traveling to Fort Farron. Right, we finished the shopping, finished up Othema, and now we've made way to Fort Farron. So we've actually went into a completely different region as well. So we exited the Frosthorn. We went from a pretty decent elevation of the actual Frosthorn Valley into that large open pass. And we got to get the entire kind of scope of the Gorn Valley, which does sit mainly a little bit above sea level, right? There's still rocky coastlines and other sorts of things of that nature, but there's a large beach area and beach head of Cedric Bay, right? That kind of encompasses that bay, and so you have kind of an advantage point where you can see a great distance of scope of this actual valley. For you couldn't really see over though of the Lavsteer Mountains, which was towards the east. You couldn't see the further mountains far off, many hundred miles South Gorn Valley, and probably with the actual compass there of the curvature of the world you're currently on, you probably couldn't see anything past that of the Southern Gorn Valley. So, but with that said, it's a temperate region, temperate forested region, and it has kind of a mixture of a ecosystem, I would say, in wildlife here that differs greatly from that of the Frosthorn, right? It's very specific species that could actually survive up there, and here it's very diverse, forested regions, different trees, different areas, and things. Um, with the Gorn Valley, it rains about 90% of the actual year. It rains here. So when you kind of arrived, it was right. You had rain during that night, and then during the day it was slightly dry, and then the rain's coming back again. And so you get an idea that the roads themselves of the particular area are cobbled, right? So many of the outstretches of the roads are cobbled. Inside of Fort Farron, the roads are cobbled. But the exterior kind of pathways to many of the different structures are dirt, right? And they have gravel and other sorts of things to try to alleviate and build them up. And then surrounding you have grass that's quite soggy and wet. And so there's a mixture of trees that have been kind of kept, as well as bushes and other things to keep erosion down, right? Now, Fort Farron, surrounded by farmland to the northeast and slightly south. It kind of borders the Farron River, which is what it's kind of named. And so you have this large kind of river that is heading from the Lavsteer Mountains, and it's traversing in the western direction, aimed towards the exit out of the northern side of Cedric Bay. And the fort itself is not just a fort. It seems though it was once a fort, and it's quickly grown into a town. The walls have been built to encompass this town to provide protection and continuation with the kind of the fort design. But when you come in, you notice that there's people who live within this place. Single story, two-story structures. There's a couple manors as well that are slightly larger, maybe some noble houses here. And many of the people in here, common folk, maybe a couple merchants and things, it's all separated, right? So they're all kind of spaced, and they might know each other, and there's small little groups and organizations and things just because they've lived here for a great period. The actual fort, the keep, I should say, is built as a kind of on the western side. And you can see it kind of borders the Smallwood. It's this forested region that kind of rounds and encompasses. There's actually a timber company that harvests from the Smallwood. The gate mechanisms, not much of anything, just a double wooden door. It can be barred. That has been just open for your entrance as you all kind of strode in. You talked with a couple of the guard, one of which seemed to be quite inebriated, quote unquote. The other one seemed to be new and was very much what's the word for it? Innocent, right? inexperienced, very excited. And they didn't really know too much about the situation, given what Lord Thonflor had said about undead hordes attacking the fort. That's definitely not what you're getting from just being in here. Like, it seems like everything's fine. There's just nothing happening here. What is going on? And you did get some information off of the one that was inebriated, this halfling, and it was that there is a trench that they've built between the Smallwood and the actual, like, kind of keep walls, the outer walls there. And they just stand on the walls and they fire and they kind of walk into the trench, and it's really not a big deal. They attack. They've been attacking more often, but they have yet to actually do any sort of real damage or impact this fort. And from the state of the walls, they're not even that sturdy. So, like when I gave that description, right, they're almost just kind of these cobbled and brick that are kind of haphazardly put together, and there's a little kind of a walking path about them, kind of a small little cranial of sorts, but that's about it. And the towers are just upraised areas of the actual wall. So that's a little concerning. Now, the temple, I think you walked by that actual, the actual Palor temple there. There's a sign upon the door that said that it'd be back soon, so it's kind of closed. So the current doors are actually closed there, the double doors and the steps leading up. But there's a numerous amount of tents around this actual town. People are just pitched up tents, and they're all dwarfs. And from this conversation that I had towards the end of the session, explained that these are actually Clan Gilgal dwarfs, a clan that is responsible for all this conflict that has happened in Ismar and potentially genocide. So, but these are deserters. These aren't people that affiliate themselves with the clan anymore. They're the ones that have kind of escaped and gathered themselves outside of Ismar, getting as far away as possible. But they've went from that into another situation, and they're trying to aid this in hopes that eventually the eye will be turned towards Ismar. So that's where we're going to go and pick up. We kind of ended just with the conversation concluding with the dwarfs and kind of figuring out where we're going to go from here. If we're going to head to the keep itself and try to get find Commander Remar Luna, because that name's been dropped. I wasn't sure if people wanted to kind of look around for shopping or other things, blacksmith fletching and stuff. There's also a tavern here, the Weapon Stump, so there's opportunities abound. So we'll go ahead and unpause it and cue some music. Any questions?
Cue that fantasy music.
Questions or anything? Anybody has anything?
Nope.
What the hell are you going to leave the temple here? Be back later. What kind of nonsense is that?
I mean, probably going to be back later.
Seems like
Servaz as much, lad. It's just very unusual for the clergy here to do that.
Haven't you ever gotten hungry?
Well, normally they're self-sufficient here. They have a small kitchen or something. They could cook food for themselves.
I don't know.
I'm just.
Well, if they didn't have any corn, they really wanted corn. There's lots of fields out there. I mean, I'm sure it's fresh.
I'm not blaming them for it, lad. I'm just saying it's unusual. It's not a standard practice amongst temples of Pelor, as far as I know. So,
I didn't know that Pelor required starvation and eating stuffy church food.
Doesn't, lad.
I don't know. I mean, there's an option for fresh corn or stuffy, temple corn. I'm gonna go for fresh.
Dude, what's temple corn? Alternate universe.
Sometimes I feel like I'm better off talking to myself.
Sometimes I think you are.
Talking to yourself is a healthy thing to do.
Just don't answer yourself. That's bad.
We're still heading for the keep, right? I mean, I know Goga needs some time to process, but that's just still where we're heading, right?
That's his problem.
I mean, I guess, it's only noon, so...
I mean, it's that or the cornfield, it sounds like.
I mean, if there's fresh corn, say no.
But
just see any corn on the way in. I didn't see no corn.
Neither did I.
Were they growing
confused?
rutabagas?
Can we please get off the topic of corn and farming? We came here for a reason.
I mean,
We
I am
all
a
remember
priest
that
of the
reason.
harvest godland, so talking about a good, planting and sowing and reaping is,
It always goes back to the god.
All I'm
Always
saying is I
saying.
seems
could
like
go for really good corn milk about now.
I could go for some
Fuck is
wheat that's been sitting for a while, if you know
You
what I
know,
mean.
corn?
like
What
when you
you never
chop
see
corn, there's water. It's corn milk.
that.
It's not corn.
I,
We will try that. We'll
Um,
come back to this. But should we go to the keep?
yes.
Okay,
Yes.
yes.
cool.
Yes, I agree.
Talk corn and
We,
milk on the way.
we can talk corn
Well, I
and
know
milk.
it's not actually milk.
So
Wait,
you head from that intersection there of that crossroad. Distance wise of the actual spacing of the town, a good way to kind of put this is that it's about 0.15 miles. So it's not even a quarter mile as you're making your way through. So in that distance, right, it seems short, but then you're kind of spaced between buildings as you're making the way. Trees, deciduous, kind of spill over from the actual forest, and you're seeing its change, right? So many of these trees are losing their leaves or they're changing color before they lose them. These deciduous trees. The market is kind of abundant. You see there's numerous amounts of traders and wagons that are kind of pitched up. Some people just spending the night here right before they head out towards Othema if that is available. Tents kind of scatter around the market areas. It's pretty much the largest space that is open without any sort of fencing or property or anything. So you head down that main path that leads slightly southwest and then directly west, and you come into an area where there's these large 2 to 3 story structures, some of which are straw thatched, others are clay tiled, and they resemble those of kind of housing, similar like apartment style, potentially for soldiers. So you see people coming in and out of them, kind of clamoring with either chain mail or scale mail armor, and they're kind of fitting it to themselves haphazardly as they're kind of trucking and running after lunchtime here, headed for the actual kind of outer walls of the keep. Now, these walls themselves are slightly sturdier on this particular side. They do actually have a couple towers that are positioned on this particular on this side, and then the actual gate is just a double wooden door that's been barred, but it's currently open. You notice there's horses and wagons and people coming back and forth and pushing. Many of them are armored. They resemble those of the guard that we're wearing. No surcoats or tabards or anything, but you're getting that from the general what armor they're wearing and what weapons they're wielding. As you approach, no, even though there are guard crossbows wheeled upon the actual wall in the tower, they don't stop you. They don't even say anything to you. They're just kind of standing and looking and watching and observing. A few braziers are lit upon them. They're kind of moving back and forth. And the rain is softly falling down at this point. It starts to kind of get a little bit more increasing. The guard themselves are pulling out these kind of longer kind of coats or like kind of trench coats in a way, and they're kind of putting them over their shoulders, right, and carrying hoods to keep away from the rain as they sit on top of the walls. I'm going to go ahead and activate a map. Now, this map itself is actually quite large in file size, so it might take a little while for you all to load it. Apologies that happened.
Mr. Mike,
Wildly different greeting.
I have a question.
Yeah, what's up?
I loaded.
As we're walking through, does it seem like it's as, I guess, militarized as Othema was?
Aggressive.
Yeah.
No, it's definitely not militarized as far as the aggression here. What you're getting an idea is there's a lot more of kind of freedom of travel, where you had kind of these tight-knit roads. You had guards marching in formation, horses, and then you had the walls. You also were told that there was, the city was a lockdown. You ran into Commander Regular Uku all the time, it seemed like, when you were in Thema, just kind of making the rounds. Here, there's no guards actually walking on the roads. There's pretty much just a few on the walls. And then you've now came into kind of a cluster of them, right? Of them coming out of these apartment-style kind of buildings coming out. And there's smoke billowing from them, smells of food as well, potentially that they went there to eat. Might be small dining halls within them. And now they're kind of funneling into the keep's grounds to potentially train. And so when you walk into this space, now that we're on this map, you can see that there are a couple structures to the north. There's the stables, if actual horses kind of put in there. There's a whole corral there, and the horses are getting kind of fed. They're getting groomed by a couple of people to the south. There's a small armory that's kind of open with kind of open walls. There's tools for like jousting as well as repairing of armor and just kind of hanging of different weapons, different types. Many of the actual people are going in there, where there's a couple of actual people that are highly dressed in half plate or potentially plate, and they're currently fitting the guard. So they're kind of running in haphazardly with their stuff, and they're kind of adjusting the straps, and they're reworking their stuff. They're slapping them down, and then they're grabbing these kind of clipboard-esque kind of style things, like administration-wise, and they kind of look at them, and then they're pointing kind of their hands, right? Kind of either to the back end of the keep or around, and you're hearing the clashes of swords, you're hearing people like fighting and whatnot. And so when you look to the right and you're looking to the left, you see there's actually groups off the map, right, of on the keep's grounds that they've kind of pitched themselves together as they're training. Some of which is hand-to-hand combat, others is actually martial combat using weapons, right? Others are just training to ride a horse, right, or potentially joust and things. So there's a whole orchestra thing happening here, potentially. People are leading it, people are shouting orders or instructions, but the keep is in front of you, right? That is noted, this large structure that's in front of you. The keep itself is a 3-story sturdy stone bricked structure. It is small for a keep, and it does not contain a courtyard. There's no interior space to this. From what you can observe, there's a kind of a protrusion, almost resembles a semicircular kind of tunnel that kind of protrudes outwards at the first floor. The cranial over top that's kind of stacked together. And this double-wooden door sits shut. 2 of these potential guards or soldiers, right, quote unquote, are in front of it, currently wielding long swords, battle axes, and then shields, which are on their backs or sheathed at the side. And they currently just kind of pitch themselves, leaning against the keep's wall. One of which is asleep.
So this is pretty newly thrown together. Or just like this round of fresh people is pretty newly thrown together.
I feel like they're more, they're just pretty lax. Maybe they're just so used to it.
It's tough to say. Well, it's tough to say like who's new, who's not, and why are they new? Are they new because they're dying from this horde, and so they have to get more soldiers? Are they new simply because the experienced soldiers have left? Because they're being marched. I mean, that's something that's Lord Thalfalor and the Paladins, right? That was something, that was kind of said that they'd be getting going, that they'd be organizing themselves and potentially heading south. So, is this maybe kind of an area that they gather soldiers and train them before sending out? So that's something to figure out, I guess.
The Cat Lord just spoke to me, saying that these might still be new people.
You don't talk to him much.
He's pretty cool.
What you talk about?
Oh, I mean, we didn't really talk. It's more of just like he said, "Hello, I'm here."
And it sounds like talking.
Feels like a conversation.
It was more of like a letter.
It sounds like it's just in passing.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it was more like a letter in passing that he left in the middle of the night on my window.
Wild.
Wait, so you have a letter from the cat god?
Can I see the letter?
Actually, yeah, sure.
Is
And I
this
take
a
it
real
out.
letter?
It is. It's a little piece of paper.
Was this one of 6 letters?
1, is this an actual letter? 2, is it something I can read?
Is it in English?
That's 2 questions.
No,
I have.
it's in Cat's Can't.
I don't know.
Yeah.
That's so funny. This is the coolest thing I've ever seen.
I didn't ask what language it was in. I just read it.
All right, we should go see the general.
Yeah, we could go see the general, but it is an actual piece of paper that says words.
But there's people fighting over there I want to go beat up.
They're not. They're
not
sparring.
We can split up. We
They're
can split up.
practicing, lad.
They're sparring.
This place is extremely lax. This is
wild.
Would they not
Comparatively,
benefit from the
wild.
Master of Combat?
yeah.
Does that look like a place that's faced hordes of undead?
This is a great place for
Does not
money.
look like a place that's faced anything.
This is a great place for money. We could easily
Place near
do
core
like a
shortage, if you ask me,
performance,
but-
and they'd all be like, "Oh my God, you're so cool!" Because they're not
But-
gonna be like battle-hardened people who hate music.
I'm gonna stop and take a quick look at the little plaque in front of the statue.
Take a look at the plaque of the statue. It seems to be in designation to Family Farron, which seems as though this is a noble house, potentially that helped found this particular place. The plaque itself gives designation to an individual known as Henrik Farron, noble birth paladin that dates several past kingdoms, time of the reign of King Ohern Telthar. resources designated upon putting the coin, putting the effort, putting this to build the actual keep itself.
Okay.
Is there any kind of change as I approach the guards on this end?
What are you doing? It's human.
I was gonna go
17
in. I was gonna go in to talk to the general.
The general.
He's in there, right?
The commander, Remar?
Yeah.
Oh. Looks. Damn.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go in. I'm going in.
Supposed to let people in, talk to the commander.
He sent for us anyway, so I'm just gonna go in now.
Yep. Walks up.
I really don't want to keep him waiting. It's
What? Whoa. Who sent you?
no, he sent for us. We come from Lord Phalon. You don't get the letters?
I'm confused. What is happening right now?
So
It's
we
not
were
my fault
sent-
that you don't check the post.
We were sent to go here from, Lord Talon Falor. And we're supposed to go talk to Remar Luna. So,
Yep.
if we can just
Alright.
open the door and let us through so we can go talk to her.
I'm not convinced it's closed.
Some of us
Did you try
also
jiggling
came
the
here from
door?
Harak.
Yeah, we've been working our way down. We've been handling the.
All right.
I forgot
okay.
why, but
All right.
we're
I
still
don't.
here.
I'm gonna
It's
open the
okay.
door.
Listen.
I feel like we should be
Sounds-
able to go in at this point.
All right. 1 second.
Alright.
You didn't want to know, you shouldn't have asked.
Begins to bang on
It's
the
your
door.
fault.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
1 second.
We all clearly look like we're supposed to be here. I don't understand.
Is that door made of oak? That's a fine wood.
It's actually made of
Nothing's just standing in the back watching this
Kind
happen
of
as he smokes his
movement happening, such as this kind of wooden beam kind of shifted and moved off, and the doors kind of
You're
swing
like
open. Another one of the guard kind of are there. This particular one's a half orc. He's like, let him through.
Thank
Kind of looks
you.
as you begin to stride forward. I don't. Commander's somewhere inside.
Okay.
There's all types of flaws in the technique of your soldiers training
As
out
you
there.
come in, you're seeing that there are arrow slits to your north and south. There's just seeing that there might be interior space. There's actually people can
Yeah.
funnel in
That way?
through these arrow slits.
Commander's that
Arrow
way?
slits were on the 2 and 3rd stories of this actual keep itself, and the keep kind of juts up to a position of about 75 feet in height. So again, it's pretty short. It's not very large. Kind of pointing in the direction, going all the way through the double doors is what Dale's doing. Many of the soldiers are looking at you and just kind of pointing in the direction of west.
That way, right? I hope there's people behind those slits. Those are not effective if they're empty. Thank
There's nobody
you.
behind them.
Just a tip. Just a tip. They don't work if they're empty. Also, another tip. We've beaten those before. You need a backup.
The door is kind of shimmering shut as you hear movements of them locking. In this particular area, it seems to be a common kind of entry chamber as you can approach. This particular area seems to have many different kind of tapestries of past kind of commanders' families' colors, so there's trinkets, other sorts of things. It's just really a decor room. It's really strange to have in a keep. It actually has this white marbled floor as well. 2 doors, 2 double wooden doors lead north and south, particularly 2 different areas. There's 2 wardrobes flanking the western door. It's fit with coats and other sorts of things that can be put up in case you're coming in. Now, coming into this space, it's quite regal. It's very elaborate. It's beautiful in many ways. There's commander tapestries of their families that are now kind of thrown down on rungs as they're dangling from the exposed rafted ceiling height that's extending upwards. The staircase goes up to a landing, then rounds around, then disappears into the 2nd floor space, roughly 35 feet above. So it's kind of a great staircase that kind of goes up, and that landing's pretty large. Now, there are dining tables, long dining tables directly north and south. Appears to be bread that's been put upon them, fresh baked. Some of which have been kind of ate, so there's now just scraps kind of dangling around. There's plates and other things upon these tables. Some of the actual kind of common folk that you're seeing come out wearing different browns and tans and aprons, potentially servers, cooks. They're cleaning up these tables, noting that potentially some of the actual leadership figures or lesser but greater than just your common guard are eating within inside of the actual keep itself for lunchtime. There is a kind of a little bit of a sunken den area with a kind of a lounge couch, some chairs, a table nearby, and then there's a grand, much larger circular table at the backside. The flames themselves are kept warm. This wood's being stoked through, and keeping the actual keep itself warm. As the walls of the keep are thick. In fact, the walls span about 5 to 6 feet in its thickness, and that's how much stone that they've used to build this keep. So it's kind of almost an impenetrable thing when you imagine how thick those walls are. Two figures are in front of you in this sunken den area, one of which is a mountain dwarf with a thick black beard braided into a single braid that goes down to the waist. Head is shaved on the sides and a single braid is placed into a bun on the head. There is a fair complexion, well-aged, blackish brown eyes, and notably thick hands, wearing a blue and white priest robe with a Palor's symbol across the left chest. The hood bounces upon the back. He's kind of jolly and shifting around. He's motioning and talking in common. And he seems to have, from shifting that, what you can see underneath the robes is actual armor. So you can see that this particular figure has armor underneath the robes itself. Now, the other figure that is here is a human, so withered and old human male, currently is on the couch itself, has feet kind of dangling, one over the other, crossed leg, is sipping off of a clay mug of some kind. There's a pitcher set up and different foods like cheeses and breads and fruits on this small table as well. So they're having a conversation between each other. This human has graying and a black full beard, slightly kind of the hair is slightly gray and black, and matching that with a wave. And there's somewhat of like this improper comb to it. You mentioned that they've kind of been roughed and moved around, maybe sweaty at some point. Blue eyes, long face. Has a beautiful piece of masterwork plate armor that's currently worn. Many of the pieces are currently off the actual armor, so the pauldrons and some other facets could be quickly unlatched and are just laying upon the couch, especially like half donned, right? There's a battle axe and a shield that's kind of dangling there at the bottom, leaning against the actual couch. And then under the armor, you see a brown leather vest, matching bracers, white cloth blouse, brown leather pants, belt, and boots. So nothing regal or noble about this particular figure, except for the fact that they're wearing a nice piece of armor. As you kind of funnel and approach, the human actually stands up and looks. Hi, how you all doing?
Mr. DM, considering such a nice travels, is it possible that I've ever been acquainted with either of these people?
The only person that you might have seen in your travels is the Mountain Dwarf, the actual dwarf that's sitting there. That is the actual priest or the cleric that runs the temple, and you've seen this particular individual at the Lumpenson Tavern a great many times. Orders an abundance amount of food, and is a quite the consumer of alcohol.
Hello.
Hey.
How may I? Well, how'd you all get in here?
Can I just say it was incredibly easy?
Honestly,
and that should honestly be your first concern. Just genuinely how easy it has been for us to enter the entire city and enter this particular place.
I mean,
I don't mean to. I mean to be. I don't need. Who are all of you? I mean,
we're fascinated. We're honestly mostly just fascinated with how easy it is. Like, we're not even judging. We're just like, wow.
Yeah, we just like
do you have an undead problem? Because we came from Lord Aelin Falor up in Athema. We were helping him out there. Came down to offer our services. We're really good at this kind of thing. Seems very, very relaxed. Seems very, very calm. And again, honestly, I can't stress how easy it has been to get here.
Honestly, like I've heard a lot about this area. I've been through, obviously, but I would imagine you guys would be a bit more stressed out about what I've heard, lack of supplies, kind of thing. Not be so lax about what's going on. I don't know. I just kind of expected something to be like Othema with how it's.
It's because it's intense up there, and we're not asking for that. That's too much. But like,
we kind of like it a bit lax, honestly.
Do you know?
Hold on now. It sounds to me like you all need a good old drink. All right, you don't talk a hell of a lot. So, let me go ahead and introduce you to my name is Commander Remar Luna. I'm the commander of this here fort, and this here in front of you here is the fine and the most holiest of clerics, Priest Dumley Goldbelly.
It's nice to meet you.
Crumbs falling off the road.
Would love to.
Nice to meet you all as well.
Yeah, we'll be more than happy to drink with you. You are 2 out of 3 of the people we're currently looking for.
Dothig, if you ever say that you can't drink in your priesthood, this is literally the antithesis to you.
I don't think I've ever said that.
I've never said that, Ian.
I know, but if you ever say that.
Hold up now. Come on now. Let's get ourselves situated. I'm gonna get headed into that kitchen. I'll get some. We'll be drinking ale, wine. I got some whiskey.
Can I help you? Do you need help carrying things?
No,
I can help.
I'll be all right. Got some cooks in there to help us get the cups out. Good old whiskey. It sounds like. Need something strong. Goldbelly, you mind joining us to this one? Yes, most certainly.
If you're both leaving, I'm gonna come help you. I just want to be helpful.
Goldbelly, we'll have them all sit at the table, round table back up there. We'll get y'all going. Disappears into the kitchen.
What's the likelihood he leaves?
Table?
Right over here, yes. Fine, folks.
Unlikely that he leaves. Very likely.
Come gather, yes.
Where do we land on him leaving? Just through the back door.
The cheeses and breads and other sorts of things, and kind of funnels it in, and helps kind of move other things around, and kind of sets upon whatever Goldbelly was eating.
On the same chair, Nayara.
If you have trouble sitting in the chair, hold down shift when you move your token. It'll unlock it from the snap positions.
I got
Shit. Hold shift.
Yeah, when you drag, you can hold shift, and it will unsnap.
Wingsong, it's not my fault that you've done this with the chairs.
Oh my god, he's so smart. Oh my god.
So you have to use the drag ruler, not the measure tool. Happy.
Wait, shit. What?
Would you like the chair? I'm gonna move.
He doesn't have
you
the
can have the
select
chair.
tool on.
I'm gonna move to a different chair.
There you go.
Yeah.
I'm
Click
gonna
on
go
your
somewhere
token like
different.
you're gonna move it, and then move it one space while still holding it, and then hold down shift, and you can place it basically wherever you want, and it won't snap to the grid.
This is far more simple than I think it. Happy, I think you're making this way more difficult. Just move your token,
fun to watch.
and while moving your token, hold on shift. There, you're doing it right now. See, look.
Yeah.
There you go.
Actively happening, buddy.
It unsnaps it from the squares. That's all you gotta do.
That's agreed upon.
See, after a period, the actual commander kind of opens the doors, carrying a nice couple bottles of whiskey, sits them on the table, and some other kind of servers or cooks kind of come out, helping out, kind of grabbing cups and other things, setting them down. There's other breads that are laid out, those fruit and different things. Eventually, that door kind of shuts as they disappear. Goldbelly immediately grabs as much food as possible, gets a shovel through, uncorks a bottle of whiskey to himself, pours in a cup. Her motions is now kind of shifting around. Very family style, serve yourself. Commander grabs the bottle and uncorks it, pours out into the cup, and moves it down around the circular table.
So come on, come on.
Gonna pour some.
You got to eat too.
It's in cat or person form.
Sut's in human form at the moment, and he's currently just giving Happy this weird look of, did you just go to me?
He definitely did. Let the record show that he 100% did that. That definitely happened.
I'm still debating on which one you are. So
stop treating me like a cat. Otherwise, I will start acting like one and make your life a living hell.
I'm going to be there real fast and just say, if you all said you're from Lower Down for Lore, I'm entirely impressed that Lower Down for Lore didn't just smite you or throw you in the jail.
He's incredibly patient, and he owes us.
Well, you saved his city from undead. He tends to be more grateful.
Yeah, we handled the whole undead thing here. How's yours going?
Well, we have yet to
Seems
get
pretty cash.
We had to get any true message. We did hear there was something happening. We figured maybe it was the Horde itself had actually traversed over the Thema, but then we were attacked the next day. So they've been increasing their attacks quite heavily, actually. In fact, they might be expecting an attack anytime soon now. I mean, it should be any day now. They didn't attack at night. Come out. I mean, there's a fog that moves with them, carries. Can't really see through it. Now, most of these undead that become attacking us according to Goldbelly. Goldbelly, you want to take over? Yeah, yes, of course. Well, now, the undead that have been coming through are simple, mindless humanoids that seem to be either gnomes or elf. They just kind of walk towards the wall in a slow posture. It was my design that we dig a trench and we filled it with spikes. It seems that they just fall into it. and impale themselves, build their own wall out of the bodies. Afterwards, we burn them and try to clear it out, and we do what's necessary. I will say that this fog that comes with them is quite extraordinary, very magical in its sense, and it seems to follow. And then after the wave is ended and the horde is done and our boats are launched and maybe we might have to fire one of the mangonels or two, well, it's over. They just stop, and the fog just goes. Come through the Smallwood, and we've had scouts and sentries there, and sometimes they can predict, but often that they are overwhelmed and gorged upon. It's a horrible sight. You've ever seen a zombie come at you and eat you? No. Not for me. No. Pay Lord bless thee. Pay Lord bless thee for the divine power. Thank you so much. And anyways.
Only eating
I'm a bit curious,
So much to
Your
unpack.
Holiness. Undead walking at the walls here. You dig a trench, but you and I, we could just stand there, little invocation, and we wipe the dead clean away.
Well,
Why haven't you done that?
it's not as simple as that. You see, there are hundreds of them, and hundreds. It is quite a great many. May Lord bless thee with my power. It is quite extraordinary. I am able to take out a great number of them, but it is not needed in this endeavor.
So this is pretty chill for you, like you're fine.
Seems to be telling the truth.
I mean, I feel like he goes out there to help. It's just, with that massive amount there is...
The insight I want to do is actually on thanking him for his great power. Is he actually convinced he has power like Thothic?
Yeah.
Okay.
Seems to be a cleric, and from what basically you can get, it's just the power is there, but the limitations are that it's a great span of distance as well as how many the number are. So that's a problem.
Okay.
That's what you're understanding from the conversation. The relaxed vibe between the two is that the situation seems relatively quote unquote handled, albeit supplies potentially for soldiers might be short, and that could be a problem. But they seem to be.
Yeah, I'm just surprised, honestly, about you guys, that you've been like horde after horde.
If it's not their problem, it's not our problem. Are they coming from the direction of the marshes of Unveiling, and have you had any kind of sightings or interactions with a black dragon?
Well, to be quite frank, we have had sightings of this said dragon. It's a very large, massive black dragon. It does not usually fly, though. It generally stays towards the ground, and it does not leave the marshes. No, it does not follow this horde, as far as we can tell. Now, with that said, I have sent patrols into the marshes. I have kept a watchful eye over Norfolk, that small fishing village. Many of those fine halfling, they don't want to leave. They like their style. They like what they do over there. I try to tell them. I said, you can only hide in your houses for so long until those creatures seem to bash through. But that's always the astonishing part, is they just walk on through the village. They don't bother those houses. They don't bother those huts. They just leave them all alone. It's a very strange sight to behold. Well, we sent some patrols into the marshes. Those patrols don't come back. We sent some patrols to Norfolk. They come back. Last we heard, the last patrol we sent out about a week ago, all fine. Nobody's got injured. Nobody's dead. They just board up the windows, jam the doors, keep quiet. They all head on through.
And then they get to you and you get rid of them.
Yeah, and then the horde, they march on the way from the marshes of the Vale and get here, and slow and surely, they come through the small wood. We're right and prepared. We got ourselves up on the walls. Patrols, usually the sentries coming from the small wood. Those that don't get kind of caught on by surprise. And we got ourselves mobilized in time. Got all our crossbows in a row. Maybe get a mangonel or two. Got them done.
When they get to you, they just sort of want to eat whoever they come across once they get there?
Well, there's a large distance between our western wall and the small wood. We've cleared out a great number of trees of the wood. The trench itself is quite large. They simply just walk out of this here fog from the tree line and then they just fall into the trench. In fact, they actually have yet, once we dug that trench, they've never gotten to the wall, and when they get to the wall, they just kind of on it, and that's it.
And you said the fog follows them?
Well, the fog follows them, but it usually stops at the tree line. Just kind of stops there. That's what makes it tough and difficult to understand how many numbers they actually have. It's this massive fog bank that just rolls off from the marshes to the north side of Farron River. Encompasses a great much distance, all the way up to the mountains.
Okay. And then they come from the east through the woods.
West.
West through the woods?
Yeah,
Yes,
woods
the
to
west.
the west.
That
Yes,
is
the
the
small
west.
wood to our west.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
And you've never tried to just keep one, just see what happens?
Are you talking about taking some captive?
No, well, yeah, but not like in an alive kind of way. I just mean, when they impale themselves, that doesn't inherently kill them necessarily. What happens when the fighting stops if there's still something alive?
Oh, well, we get up off the wall, we finish them off, and we burn them.
Okay, but they're still alive, even if the rest have fallen back or the fog disappears.
Yeah, generally, there's some of them are still alive, and the weak, I would say, probably not as sturdy as they once were.
It might be a good idea to maybe get one and try to inspect it. Maybe investigate what's exactly.
Let me intrude. There's a fine observation to make, and I have made a couple of different studies, but I will say that the power that is imbued to them, this corruption, it is long-standing. The blood is generally this black sludge. It creates a very unholy property about it. It comes from the marshes.
Yeah.
Good
Do you have any experience with blood?
Do you have any of that black sludge, or?
No, the unholy nature of that. I quit to
All
dispatch
right,
it.
well, that feels like a missed opportunity, but okay.
A missed opportunity. Are
Yeah, I
you trained
mean,
in the ways
you're-
of Paydor? I don't believe so.
Is this a hobby for you, just like fighting the undead, or is that something you initially like hoped would eventually stop being an issue?
A hobby for me.
Are you actually concerned about them like breaching the walls, or is
Yeah, this seems like
We are
like those rascals are back.
we always keep ourselves a watchful eye, and we want to make sure we stay diligent. We don't want to be caught flat-footed. And I imagine that if that does happen, maybe they would breach the wall. They found a way to topple upon themselves, but quite honestly, they are very unintelligent. The direction is, just run into the wall. As long as we have enough bolts and the crossbows, and we got enough soldiers, we're able to manage them all.
Yeah.
What steps have you taken to try and find the source and stop it?
That's one of my questions too.
Well, we've sent in patrols, we've sent in scouts into the marshes, since that's where
And
the
then
horde
they
comes
get
from.
eaten.
They do not come back. We don't know
Yeah.
if they get in or not.
Seems
They
like
just don't come back.
Seems like a bad. What does the dragon do? What have you seen the dragon do? I know you said it stays low to the ground.
And so, the
How
dragon
close has it
stays low.
gotten?
Well, the dragon, we've seen the dragon fly. I'm not saying the dragon don't fly, but the dragon we see kind of fly over the marshes. It's every so often. Pokes its wings out and different things on the fog. And sometimes it kind of comes out. People in Norfolk say, hey, you see the shadows and the ephemeral of a great beast and the thunders of trees. But that's about it. It usually stays towards the ground. We don't see it in mid-flight. And it never leaves the marshes. We've never seen it fly out. It's never been above the fog. It's never been in the fog.
Gotcha.
We never heard thunderous quakes. And this is a large, very intimidating dragon as far as observations. I've never seen it personally. But that's what I get from the reports.
All right. Well, you may not have. We're gonna
very
go
obvious
deal
what's
with
going on
that.
here.
Yeah, we're gonna go to Norfolk and we're gonna keep going and we're gonna deal with that. Do you know where I can find somebody named shooting my shot? I think it's Paxina.
Well, Paxina, yeah.
Nailed it.
She's got herself a kind of an odd-looking house there in the corner of the town, northeast of the town there.
I was gonna say there's four corners.
Maxie's a little bit of a recluse. Doesn't
fine.
really
Easier to find.
come out very often. Definitely give her my best regards. She's been inside this town for a great number of years, long before I got here, long before the past commanders got here. So Maxie's been here for a long time.
Yeah, we'll let her know that you send your regards. Are you at all concerned about running out of supplies while under siege from the undead?
Well, I'm always greatly concerned. We've had some help from Baelder. The Taltars have taken notice, and of course we get a fresh lot of soldiers in. It's our task that we train them. Many of the soldiers that we get here get some experience fighting the hordes. We've been fighting them for a great number of months here. And then they get shipped off. They head to the south. Regiments of the Taltars under the banners. Fighting a disastrously and deadly war. Horrible business.
R.I.P. those soldiers.
Yeah, I've only heard stories. I have yet to actually be in any sort of a command down the war. I used to fight for the Taltars a long time ago, but not in this tier war. Nope. No, sir.
All right. Do you know anything else about dragons?
I don't know nothing about dragons.
Great. We're going to go deal with that, all of that. We're going to say hi to Paxina. I know you're not really worried, but we've been dealing with this as a rolling problem, just working our way down farther south. Can we have some help with supplies?
Well, I mean, we could try to render aid as much as possible, but given from the state of equipment that you all have, I don't think anything that we have is good.
We don't want your equipment. It's really just the things like food and now we're dealing with horses. That's a lot of work.
And donkeys. We have donkeys.
And donkeys,
Well,
boy howdy, don't we?
You're more than welcome to.
Donkeys.
You're more than welcome to store up your horses or your donkeys, and even keep your wagons and carriage if you want. We can get those into the stable here. Got a lot of room.
You notice we have a carriage.
So we
The
could
stable-
store our stuff here.
Get the stable master on that.
Let's be honest, we're not going to be able to take a cart and horses through a marsh.
No.
That's just going to end up weighing us down.
Yeah, so if we could store our stuff here, and if we could maybe have some amenities that would help us with, this little leg of the journey, that would be.
You're telling me I can't bring Fred along?
No, Fred's got to stay.
Unless you want Fred to get stuck in some mud and
You want to get eaten?
Yeah.
Do you want to be
Zombie
undead
Fred?
zombie food? Is that what you want?
I don't want a zombie Fred, but
Keep him here.
He'll be fine if he stays here inside the city.
Can I at least say goodbye to him?
Of
Yeah,
course,
we're not
no one's
leaving-
going to stop you.
We're not leaving right away. Of course
We're
you wanna
actively
stay.
drinking.
We're just feeling like it feels like, we're going very fast about this.
Listen, we got to
Well,
come back the way we came. There's only so far we can go before we're going to go as far as Jinrila, and we're just going to cycle back.
We have to
Gonna-
be fast about this though, because it is obvious that the Black Dragon is controlling the Horde and is basically using the Horde as a distraction to keep eyes down here.
Yeah, we're going to have to murder this dragon really quick, and then figure out the whole well thing.
I mean,
Don't worry about it. Drink your alcohol. Just don't worry.
Do we know much about what's going on over in the east? Do you guys know?
I have had reports from Fort Flatminer that we have lost
I
that
don't think
position.
that I'm not
It is
here
our
in front of
task
us.
here.
You don't know
It is our
anything.
task at Fort Farron by that lordship, and our task here is to occupy Fort Flatminer and maintain the Gorn Pass. We have lost it. Man,
Are you
Gilgal
worried
had
at all about
attacked.
the...
I had some survivors from that onslaught. Capabilities of magic are paramount with them. They do have command over the arcane, and they were easily able to overtake the position.
So Gorn Pass has been lost. Are you still connected to Baldur? Is that still an open connection?
Well,
No
of course.
issues?
I mean, the capital city of
Of
Vale
course
is
is
always
a
available to
stretch.
us. Well, one thing to note, I think that you all, are you even all from Arthuria? What is, it seems like you...
Listen, it's kind of a mixed bag, but we're certainly not from here.
All right, well, let me go ahead and give you...
I'm from Tholnir.
All right.
No, only, well, my humble, sincere, empathetic response to what had happened.
Yeah. You guys still from here, I think.
That being said, you want to say something to us?
Well, I was really going to help you out. I mean, one thing to know is that Baldur is a very heavily fortified capital city, and this is where the People's Palace is, where the Talthars have their reign from. It's not necessarily a place that people go and stay and do their business and hang out and whatnot. It is a city that has been attacked at numerous times in its life, many hundreds of years, thousands of years. It's been overtaken, thrown about. The city itself actually has 2 layers of walls. The People Palace has another set of walls. They have fortifications of large towers, trebuchets, and catapults are always at the standby. Merchants and traders just aren't even allowed in generally. You have to be noble birth or aligned to the Talthars. You have to have reason to actually go into the city to get any business done. not to say there ain't a whole districts all around, wrapping around the walls, good housing of commoner folk, and farmland and other things they've kind of built around the city, kind of built out. As that land is quite fertile, being in a kind of this lower silt kind of area between the two tributaries of that river.
Well, the corpses probably help out with the fertilization too.
But Baldur gets most of its supplies itself, most of its actual equipment, things from the port city of Elath. It's mainly referred to as the beating heart of the capital city. It's a
Is that why they
large and
locked it down?
expansive port city. Well, I mean, Talthars have their own reasons about putting up a blockade on the mouth. I'm sure there's a great number of companies that are upset about that, but there is a concern afoot that, well, for lack of a better word, the influence of whoever commands these forces the far south of this war would take advantage of getting word or messages out and navigating influence bouts. The Talthars want to nip that right up.
So they shut down a whole port for communication?
They shut down the whole port. That is indeed.
Right?
I mean, I
lived in Baldur for many years, and I couldn't even tell you how many boats going up and down the river in a day, bringing stuff in and taking stuff out.
Yeah, I mean, Eleton was our main way of contacting Otiria, so
Right?
it was, yeah. But I mean, if to be strategic, considering the history of the Tartars, they'll do anything they can to get an edge on the enemy. That's honorable, anyway.
Yeah, Talthar's got a very interesting history. I didn't really grow up with a great education myself, but I've heard some stories once or twice.
Shocking.
Don't worry.
If you get Goldbelly
I'm
drunk
an
enough, I'm sure he
expert
can
at the-
tell you all about it right there, Goldbelly. Oh, I'm well studied and I've been across it through a great number of years.
Oh, well, you know, I'm pretty
Not
studied
hip
myself.
drunk.
You
You
know,
know, it's interesting,
You could-
Master
you could call
Goldbelly.
myself a history of history. I mean, expert of history.
Wing song.
Master Goldbelly, I also am trained in the ways of Pelor, and what is it stopping you from studying the blood and remains of these zombies?
Well, I mean, it's just,
Undead.
I studied the undead and I've managed to make my different inferences and interpretations, but I haven't really come into true conclusions. There's obviously some severe corruption and the reason why this is happening, but
Alright. You seem like you're the only one here who's actively scared of them,
never-
so.
You never tried to ask Pelor to see what he might have to say?
well, I mean, holy, you in worship, it sounds like, Bale, do studying. And
I'm sorry, say again?
Politics
What's-
being spicy.
well, it
Cool,
sounds
Dave.
like you studied in the clerical ways in Bealder, yes?
That is correct.
I did. My personal education, my pledges to Pelor began in the halls of Odinthrall within the great clan Drawrill. FYI, that is the clan of Gilga. Just saying. If Gilga was here, might have a chime in. Well, Odinthrall is an expansive dwarvish city deep within the mountains of the north there in the Frosthorn, and, well, it was open to interpretations of religion. And this dwarvish clan and Drawrill is very open to a great number of races. Many people lived there over a great period of time. Well, I took some studies there, and from there I had pledged myself to Pelor, and I went great pilgrimage, documenting a great sights of many things, and spent most of my journeys inside of the Crystal Desert, and navigating through and managing to speak to people of descendants of the first, of humans that arrived here, known as the Ravashid, and the ways and how they survived in this desolate place. And from there, I was also undercover great artifacts pertaining to the Black Hand and the whole holy wars that kind of predestined the Talthars. Well, for lack of a better word, my clerical powers and my abilities are to this more scholarly pursuits rather than in warfaring. I have had once or twice swing the old hammer around, but
There's no way.
So, Master
have-
Goldbelly, what you're saying is, in not so many words, or far too many words, I should
Wait,
say,
Gothic, before you get
cannot
spicy.
you cannot contact Pelor.
personally, no, I have not made contact with Pelor in a great number of years.
So spicy. Can I
see.
ask you 3 questions that are probably, because you know so much and you're so knowledgeable, that would be hugely beneficial on this end. Just 3-point question. One, are you still in contact with anyone in Odenthrall or know a way to become in contact with them?
Oh, I
Two,
left.
there's a 2-pointer. Let me just bullet it out for you.
All right.
Just for both of our sakes, we're both drinking. Two, do you have any tips for the Ravashid? Like making contact with them, engendering ourselves to them, hospitality. And then 3, do you still have any of that shit you got from the Black Hand, like laying around that we could take a look at?
No. Well, the last of the artifacts and things. Again, this is all of which are stored in the People's Palace. It was very imperative that at the undertaking of the Talthars that the artifacts and other things that were gathered that related to this very necromantic and horrid, vile organization were gathered and stored and hidden and tucked away.
Yeah, they missed a spot.
Deep down within the treasury.
Great.
Well,
Part 2.
May I continue? Yes. Well, so the Ravashid, they are a desert-dwelling people, very nomadic. They live outside of the Reskar Oasis, and they don't even spend time within the northern city there, the south side of the Lavster Mountains, Lucia. They actually maintain themselves purely in the desert, and they do not allow outsiders to reach them unless they want to be reached. You have to take great care within the Reskar Oasis, whereas Lucia, the name itself of Ravashid is of great strength. Young folk that are raised and brought up well, if they have any connection or want, they actually must go through several rites and journeys before they are brought into the nomadic Ravashid. And it is speculated many things of how they travel, but they go across a great distance of mileage. One moment the Ravashid will be to the north side of Reskar Oasis, a couple miles off, spotted, and then again they'll be far to the south, dozens of miles at the end of the day. How they make that travel is completely unknown to me. I have always wondered that.
Did you meet them, or did you read about them in a book? I'm confused.
I have met them once or twice. My services were needed to render curing of the illness as well as injuries that were sustained in battle. The Crystal Desert is known to a great number of large beasts, some of which are dinosaurs. Others are these massive, gigantic cloud rays. They span and feast upon the crystals embedded within the sand.
Okay, so you don't know fully the answer to my question, but you've met members of the Ravashid.
Yes, I have, yes.
So if we wanted to send a message through you to someone you have physically seen and met, that's a possibility.
Well, I would employ that we do not, I would not want to sever any sort of relationship I have with any of the Ravashid people. I never met any sort of these tribal leaders.
Right.
Not in my journeys, no.
It feels like the risk is low and the reward is high, but
this is a great number of years ago. I left the halls of Odenthrall at the age of 32, and I am just shy over 300 now.
I have no eye for this. How long does it take for them to get old?
Oh, the Ravashid?
Yeah.
Well, they're humans.
Great.
They're dead, is what he's saying.
Probably dead, is what he's saying.
Most likely, any of those that I met are long gone, yes.
Man, isn't it such a great perspective to be able to grow so old but always outlive those others?
It's a horrible curse, to be honest with you.
Right.
I always dream of the day that Palor's domain will open me up to the spirit.
We can
No, I
help
have
you
one last
with that
question,
if that
though.
was a... No. I had the last one, which is Odenthrall. Can you contact Odenthrall?
Oh,
Varys, are you actually facepalming right now? Like,
Oh yeah.
Yeah, Soot's very much doing the same thing. It's just like,
No
where's this
one-
conversation going.
I just need to know if there's anything helpful that we can get out of this, and then we're going to leave. I
have not been in the halls of Odenthrall since I was the age of 32. I have not returned back.
he's
From what I
not
know,
been there
my-
in forever.
My parents
This one is for
passed.
Gilga.
Well, in Odenthrall, it is a multi-layered city, like many dwarvish cities, but it is, is home to a great many folk. But again, I haven't been there a long time. I have only heard reports and stories of trouble that has happened. Many of the deserters from Clan Gilgal speak of the travesties that have happened to my clan and others, and I pray every night, every morning,
You seem really sad.
that those
All
that
right.
have perished will meet a greater service in a higher domain, or whatever they pledge. And, well, that retribution may be sought, but that is not me to seek. I am not one to great retribution. I am more to heal the injured and the sick and document
Right.
my studies of scholarly pursuits.
Okay. All right. Well, this has been entirely moot, and the ale was good, so thank you.
I like the mead.
It's whiskey, but yeah, so you're welcome.
Whiskey.
Even better.
I best be getting on my way.
Mm-hmm.
Got a temple to run. I'm sure those people are off to pray. But it was all nice meeting you all, and
So nice.
If you all find yourselves at the Lumbersome Tavern, well, I'll be there this very evening or afternoon. Yes.
So,
I do
so
partake.
nice.
Yeah, farewell, farewell. Don't travelers.
So I think you want to go with your friend and me?
Sorry, I think I'd stick with the group.
Would you like him so much? Well, this has been great. If you could just point us in the direction of where we can store our living creatures, and who might be able to help us with supplies. So glad you've got a whole handle on this. Seems like it's going really great for you.
Well, to be quite frank, I mean, you're requesting food and supplies. Those food and supplies used for my soldiers and my guard. I mean, we can definitely hold on to your horses and your
Yeah, that's
your
fine.
livestock.
They're all growing boys. They need as much
far as-
food as they can get.
As far
They're
as
all,
finding
10
your
each?
find your own food and whatnot. Place to stay. The keep itself is home to a great number of soldiers. I got no room and board for you. So
Yeah,
Lumbersome
it's fine.
Tavern Yard's got some rooms over there.
I have a good pair of rations in the cart.
Yeah, we'll just kill things. We're gonna go. This has been really good.
Okay.
All right
I
now.
mean,
Well,
I think if we really need the food, Nayara, I have 10 days worth of rations, and I don't know how long we're gonna be. But
We're heading to Norfolk. It'll be fine.
okay. If we need those, we can.
So nice. Goodbye. Unless Varys, you really want to stay.
Okay. Well, I'll tell him goodbye in
been really-
the
really
giant
helpful. You need to check your security. It was too easy to get in here. Just to reiterate.
Appreciate
Really
all of you, Ferris.
incredibly easy.
all right. Well, you all have a good day now, and I'll talk to you later, I suppose.
Yeah, we'll definitely be talking later. 100%.
Goodbye.
Bye.
buddies
Literally
in
following you.
giant.
He's just following you out because he's going to be leaving the keep himself. So he's
So
just walking
nice.
behind you.
So nice. You guys need to work on this. This was way too easy to come into.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. So
Goodbye.
nice.
This is awkward.
Really.
Yeah, it's pretty awkward because I
Okay,
gotta head out.
Where
Wait,
are you
soldiers
going? Because
now.
we'll go in a different
I
direction
mean, you could
from
have
you.
waited like 5
Bye.
minutes, but
Yeah, well-
it's okay.
No, I gotta get out there. I'm a commander of the fort. I gotta
Come
get
on.
trade
Come
some
on.
Okay,
soldiers.
you go talk to a soldier for 10 minutes. That's
All right
all.
now.
Just
Yeah, well, this has been
Goodbye.
business.
Soldiers down
I'll see you
there,
later.
they're really bad at hand-to-hand combat.
Hey, you soldiers on top of the arch. Goodbye, but in the fake, really shitty giant that I know.
You're great at giant. What do you mean?
See you all
I
leave.
speak it fluently.
Mm-hmm.
Arrgh! That's hello.
So, with that all done, wow, that was impressive.
Why do we spend so much time on the
a trip.
Ravashid? Who cares about that?
We care about them. At least one of us is a dragon connected to them, and we are eventually going to need to make our way, dumb as we are,
connected
in
to
there.
the fucking mountain, not
The
the
rain
desert.
pouring down quite heavily.
You have a dragon that
Streets
wants to
themselves
talk to you
on the
once
other
you
side
connect with the Ravashid.
It's not
With
the
the rain.
Ravashid.
With the rain now falling down quite heavily, you see the roads on the side. People are sloshing their boots. There's water being picked up. Soldiers kind of coming to and from, but not necessarily that much anymore as lunchtime has passed. They're mainly in the keep's ground. They're training. There are a few wagons kind of coming back and forth. One particular wagon is actually one of the twins, one of the dwarfs, was underneath the blacksmith that you saw on your way in. That it currently has a small mule of some kind with a wagon, has a different variety of weapons with inside of it, armor and other things potentially repaired or constructed, built actually, smith, and it's currently making their way into the keep's grounds to deliver that. Other than that, that's about it.
You told us your dragon spoke to you twice and said, connect with the Ravashid, meet me in the
No.
desert. We got shit to work on together.
No, he did not say the Ravashid. He said the Belnok.
He said the bell knock. He never said Ravashid. I thought it was
Yep.
really interesting that you got on that point, but that's fine.
The Belnok are people that
Who are they?
The
Who are
people
they?
are people that serve him who live in the Mount Chris area. They go to him, they give him shit, they say, "Here you go, we love you," and then that's about it. I don't know much else about the Belnok.
We need to make some kind of table with this.
We have
Just
to go
dragons, people who hang out with dragons, location of dragons.
the Crystal Desert. We have to go through the Crystal Desert to get to Mount Chris.
Okay, either way, it would be better to know the locals. Not just as important. Let's go find Paxina. Or,
Okay, don't know who. I can't remember who this is.
you know what, I'll find her. You guys can do something else. I'm gonna...
I kind of want to go with just because I think it'd be cool to see a really old person.
I've stormed off.
Bears, can we go find corn?
Just frustrated. There's like a little bit of steam coming off.
I got a
You're
real
around in the
hatred.
rain.
Huh?
I
I'm
got a
going to
real
the tavern.
hatred, though.
They're literally dropping buckets of rain right now.
Yeah, it's pouring. I'm going to the tavern. I'm getting out of this. I'm getting a room.
Water. Oh, how terrible.
Pass,
I mean,
please
yeah,
make a dexterity saving throw. Lightning bolt strikes. I'm just kidding.
No, please.
Got evasion anyway.
Slime falls from the sky.
Cry.
That's fine.
Slime
Okay,
falls
so
from the
so
sky.
I'm getting Varys going to the tavern, right? Getting out of the rain. I hear others going towards Paxina. I'll probably make that inference based on what we went through in Othema. Splitting the party, right, definitely takes time. Splitting up and doing separate things. So just an FYI to that, is if that's what you're all attempting to do. But I will state one thing. You do have livestock, you have the wagons, and you have yet to get rooms. So there's things that you have yet to do if you are attempting to spend the night. I don't think that any of you are going to head out until the morning, unless you want to camp on the road. But, there's things you haven't done yet, maybe before you go to Paxina's, or at least try to find. And you can also ask the tavern keeper, which is mentioned as Yondir, the tavern, where Paxina is as well, right? So,
Okay,
You know what,
where
Patsy,
do we put the horses and the donkeys?
Leave that to me. I'll take care
That
of
sounds like your guys' problem.
it.
Yeah.
It's your problem too.
I'll go with Nurse to the tavern. And I'll talk to the tavern about getting.
I
Jim, your
can't.
mic's really low.
Yeah,
I can't hear
we're
you.
having a little
I
trouble
did
hearing
to
you.
be the only one.
Okay.
Okay.
There you go.
I will go with Varys to the tavern. And I'll talk to the keep there and see where we can put our horses and livestock up at.
Okay, make sure.
Don't think we'll
just
take
say-
part
If
in
you can
that.
maybe get some. Can you tell you to get some special accommodations for Fred?
I highly doubt we're going to find something like that here.
It's just because he's very demanding.
On
Of
my...
you, maybe.
He's very demanding of everyone. Did you not see how he fucking beats the shit out of people? I think.
So can you find me a room and I will pay for it?
Yeah, no, I can do that.
I just need some air. I'm just gonna go.
Okay.
Like, you want us to go with you, or
I don't know if anyone's ever offered to go with me,
Well, where are you going?
other than Wingsong, and I don't want it.
Why? Are you mad because you're wrong?
Yes, entirely. And because
She-
everyone here is so chill, and I don't feel chill at all.
She's heading to Paxina's, which we've
What?
learned is in the northeastern corner of the city.
Okay. Well, is there anything else that we need to do other than get the rooms and the stables?
That's up to you guys, in all honesty.
Okay.
Well- So one of the things that was mentioned, if you're talking about, the commander did say you can leave your horses, your donkeys, and even your carriage and wagon if you want, at the stables in the keep's grounds, which is literally on your way
Great.
out.
We
Which
Which I
can
you
do
think
just
is
that.
what we
leave it-
would. Which I think is what we would do.
Yeah, you can just
Yeah.
leave it with the stables
leave
over
it.
there, right?
Yeah,
leave
they were
it.
just having a separate conversation about finding arrangements for those.
Great.
Yeah, and so
we can...
That's why I was saying, like, you still
Yeah.
need to drop those off, and then, saying that you haven't had rooms, and so there's these things. Yeah, so if you're gonna leave your stuff there at the stable master, totally fine. It's actually a cheery, plump halfling that is the stable master. The stable master is kind of this cheery, takes it gladly from you. He's got this like brown eyes and wavy hair. Just a little bit suspenders are strapped down. Has like kind of a trench coat over the shoulders of this black and tan cloth, and kind of takes him from you and doesn't mention anything. His commander actually talked to the stable master before walking off towards the grounds, right? So based on your conversation, that's why the commander followed you out, right? Was talking to the stable master to take your horses, take your things, and then heading towards actually training. So it's fine.
We see him there.
So you're able to leave your livestock, able to leave your stuff there, if that was what you want to do, and able to do it there. And from there, you can get out into the rest of the town. So,
Okay.
who's going to Paxina's, and then who's going to the tavern?
I think Nera genuinely. I don't know if anyone follows her, but she took off toward Paxina.
Follow it.
I think I'll go to the tavern just because I don't want to poke the bear.
Nothing's gonna follow Nair.
Wingsong, that is probably the smartest thing you've done in a long time.
That's growth. That's growth right there.
I thought about it and I was like, okay, let's just go to the tavern before I change my mind. I don't want to fuck this up.
All right. So the people going with Naira is Naira, and who else? Paz.
going.
Has
And
and
Heavy Heart.
Thothig.
Okay.
I just want to make sure that I tell the stable master that this, make sure to take care of our horse, my friend. I won't say his name. He'll tell you though. I don't want to break his privacy.
Definitely won't, my guy.
But
So
yeah,
the tavern is we're gonna make our way there.
You didn't want to dwell on that special moment.
Fred will be taken care of. Don't worry, Wingsong. Taken care of. This halfling
rutabaga.
is from family Tumble Rod. It's exquisite stable. Don't worry about it. So as you kind of pass through the town, right, rain continue to dump down. Come to at least three of you. This is the point probably you separate out, right? If the other three are going to Paxina's. This particular establishment is a humble two-story wooden rock-walled tavern. A single wooden plank rickety door enters into it, and you can see that there is a large kind of outcropping of a kind of a corral that is built with a covered straw thatched area, potentially for horses and other things to hitch your wagon to the fencing, as well as put your horses in the corral. There's actually food and water actually in there, feed and water actually in the corral itself. There's a few horses that are currently in there for travelers and whatnot. Go ahead and unpause it.
Okay.
Tokens, they're not here.
This is gonna be a fun adventure, guys. You, me, and Varys.
We're going to a tavern.
I know, but I don't. Welcome to
Just-
the group, Varys.
No,
I
that's
think that's a window.
yeah, it looks like a window.
That is the window.
I mean, we can
Door's right
we can
here.
do that way.
Uh,
We can do that way if you want.
You do have to go sideways through.
Don't worry, guys. We got this. We're masters. Oh,
somebody closed the door on me.
Varys, why are you being so meany?
This is always spicy.
For some reason, my thing
I'm being
wasn't
framed
moving.
again.
My token wasn't moving for some reason, but still probably would have been
Being
the first one in
framed.
while Wingsong is being Wingsong.
I didn't
Which
close
is-
the door. I went through first.
I went through first.
So it went through first, so.
So upon coming in, you see that the kind of opens to like a common area. It seems to be riddled with small squarish tables, sunken bar and kitchen recently equipped with metal oven, cupboards, prep table. It's very kind of humble, right? The accommodations is very simple. Sunken area is about 3 foot below. Proximity of everything is very small. It's very tight knit. A lot of the kind of distance between objects. Large rectangular banquet table sits on the eastern side. Nearby, a kind of a roaring fireplace that's kept warm or lit throughout the day and the night. Staircase ascends to the northeastern corner. Glass windows provide adequate light, as well as lanterns upon each table and torches contained in sconces. These sconces are embedded into the full-barked corewood pillars, protruding up to the 9-foot ceiling. The second story has 10 moderate rooms, twin mattresses, wardrobe, chest. There are 2 rooms that are slightly larger with a king-size mattress and private bathrooms. And then there's a public bathroom that sits upstairs nearby the small common room that is meant as use of the staircase. So you come in, looking around. Eventually there is a very interesting figure, this old male halfling with a wrinkly face and weathered eyes, his gray wavy hair that's slightly long, brown eyes with a beard of gray, wears a brown wool vest over a tan cloth shirt, brown leather belt with matching trousers and boots. It provides kind of a simple appearance. He's currently running around with a tray, dispensing different items upon, kind of can you just walk up the sunken area and sees as you all walk in, snaps the eyes towards anywhere.
Oof.
Okay. We got this, Soot. Bears has abandoned us again.
I mean, he
Where
just
are y'all
went to go.
going?
I was gonna wait for him so I could talk to him about getting rooms, but
I don't know where we're going, honestly, so he sat down.
He just said
After
sit
dispensing,
anywhere.
pulls the
Oh,
tray.
I thought.
Where's
oh,
your
I
friend?
thought,
Come on! Come get a seat. Pulls the chairs.
I thought he said to, like, you
This is
know.
the chillest Varys has ever been, and nothing is correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought he said to welcome in.
Yeah.
Welcome in.
You like fine folk. Where you come from?
I come from
Far away.
far,
Yeah.
far away.
All right. What we having?
What's you got
can
uh,
how much are rooms
yeah,
for a night?
Round. Yeah, do double. Big room.
okay, we might need how are we gonna want to do this?
Well, I'm going to assume Naya's gonna want another large room, so that's gonna be that's one large room which will fit 2 people, and then Paz and Varys are probably gonna share a room again, right?
Seems easy enough.
So Thig and Gilga will have their own rooms, and then Wingsong, you can.
I'll be alone.
So, and I'll just bounce between either your room or Naya's room, depending on
Mom and
how
Dad.
Oh,
depending on how heated Naira is.
okay.
Might let her cool down, as she still seems to be a little worked up. So
I think she just doesn't want to be nearby me.
you see,
No.
you tend to have that effect on
Well,
people.
I'll come back. Yeah.
Okay.
Walks away.
So guys,
I don't remember him being that annoying.
who Yadira? I mean,
Yadir.
do we remember him being this way?
This is typical Yadir, straight to the point, hard to interpret, and quite an exquisite halfling.
Nope. Yep. This sounds pretty
And
normal. He
exquisite.
looks like he still needs lip balm.
Oh, that's right. I was a cat last time I was here.
Yeah.
It's true.
You weren't really doing all the room stuff, and that was my kind of job. Remember when
You
I
also,
did that?
you also weren't trying to arrange rooms for an entire party. It was just yourself and me. So
So Varys,
We need 5
hello.
rooms.
yeah, 5 rooms,
5
one
rooms?
one large and 4 regular.
Honestly, I'm not. Varys, what's your favorite color?
Purple.
Purple? Okay. So I'm really scared. I don't know what to do right now. I don't talk to this person.
Well,
I can still hear you.
Yeah, 1, he can still hear you. 2, use this opportunity to talk to him normally.
I'm speaking in meow meow language.
No.
You can't
You ready yet?
understand. Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, yes, and common.
5 rooms,
Nah.
a jug of ale, and whatever your lunch special is. One of those rooms needs to be a large room.
Do I know what his lunch special is?
Do they even have large rooms here?
Yeah, they do.
Yes.
I'm
There you
worried
go.
about his lunch special.
12 of it. And round up. Make it 2 gold. Boom.
I will hand him 2 gold.
Back cake. Back enough. Enjoy it.
Thank you, Yadir. It's
I'm sorry,
great
was
to see
all
you
of the
again.
rooms and the drinks and food, was that 2 gold?
Yeah.
Wild. Cool.
Great.
Cool.
Thank you, Yadir. You're such a great dude. Okay, bye. Okay. Well, yeah. Hello, Varys.
Hi,
How are you today? This fine afternoon.
I'm fine.
Great. I'm glad we're having this connection between each other.
When you don't talk at all and it's like, what do we say?
Are you trying to make small talk with me?
I don't know. So told me to talk to you in meow meow language.
I did no such thing. I was speaking common, and
Oh shit. I don't know anymore. There's a lot of questions in my life and I don't know what the answers are to them anymore.
This is rough. No, I'm not there, but this is rough.
This hurts. This hurts.
So,
Normally there's
Just-
paths to be like a media
Cringe.
between us two.
Max cringe.
I like past mediates. I think you two genuinely don't talk much.
We don't. We don't talk to each other. Normally we have paths as a mediator between us two, Varys.
Do you think
Like,
Paz always communicates for me with the nonsense he rambles on about?
normally you guys are like together.
Command doesn't know the difference between types of money or how to use it.
I mean,
He thinks you just tell people what you want and then give them whatever gold you have,
I'm
and then things get done.
you know,
Humans.
We're all humans to him.
All humans.
well,
Yeah.
I can't really promise that. I don't know. It's just you guys are always together.
Not always. I lived well over 200 years without Paz at my
Jesus
side.
Christ, how fucking old are you? You
Over 200 years.
pair fucking Lee.
he's an
Wait,
elf.
son.
Wing Song, come on.
Yeah, and I'm 20 something.
Yes, you're all children, except for maybe Thothic. I haven't
Oh,
figured
the
out his
big
age
kid.
yet.
I'm 22. I'm 22.
Funny.
You ever? I mean, what the fuck are you? I honestly don't know anymore.
What does that question even mean? What are you?
I don't know. You're like an enigma to me.
Okay, 3
Yeah,
large
dear.
bowls, spawning arm crook, and just shoveling it off. Seems to be a large amount of different sorts of seafood that have been put into a pot of kind of gravy of some kind. It's very odd. Somebody sort of spoons out from different assortments in the tunic. It smells like body odor. It's been tucked underneath the tunic for a great period of time. Yep, okay. Sets down one key that's slightly more polished. The rest seem to be the same. In fact, they are the exact same key, but there are more of them. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks.
Hi, name it. Yeah.
I just have to say, as human form, so is your smell like really good still?
No, actually, it does diminish with me being in this state.
Okay, so my pain is still alone again.
It's only probing questions from Wing Song tonight.
What do you want? Okay, Varys, tell me your life secrets.
No, because I've seen how much you run your mouth. I don't trust you with any of my life
Okay,
secrets.
I'm sorry. It's just I see you doing all this weird shit, okay? You're this weird person that I look over to and I'm scared of. I worry that you're gonna come through my window and drink my milk whenever it comes like it's from before the cat lord, okay? You're terrifying.
One, I don't like milk, so you don't have to worry about your milk. Two, if I wanted to kill any of y'all, I probably would have already tried at this
I
point.
lock my door.
Just from insanity.
I lock my door at night.
You think that's going to stop him?
Yeah,
He's already
I
proven
like
he
y'all
can
for the
break
most
through
part.
locks.
Hey,
Yeah.
he doesn't know what kind of lock. It could be a magic lock.
I'm pretty sure Gelga's the only one who's able to do that out
He
of
does
this
not know what
entire
I can
group.
do.
I'm pretty sure he knows what you can do. He's seen you do everything you can do within a day.
But he hasn't seen everything I can
remember.
do. Like for
Nor do I
instance-
have any reason to break into any of y'all's rooms.
Like for instance, you know, I bet he doesn't know that I can polymorph.
You just
You
told
just
him.
told me. This is what I'm talking about the loud mouth. You know, I don't want any of my information coming out. You know, in your next song.
I never said that was a good secret keeper.
So, as you are enjoying your lunch and whatnot, we will go ahead and transition over to the other side of this party that's heading over to Pax. So there is no particular map for this. We'll go Theater of Mind. Obviously, there's not any need for that. So, as you approach this
And the
particular
tavern
side,
music, sorry.
Yeah, let me turn.
Paxine is also a
Sorry.
tavern.
It's all a tavern.
Yep, one big
It's
tavern.
always
tavern.
a tavern.
It's always tavern time.
Mm-hmm.
I got so many
Tavern
windows
time,
on so
so-
many things. If
Like
you,
good rain.
get that rain going, get that vibe, get that
I-
ambiance. All right. So as a what's important to note, right? So as you're kind of making your way through the town, right, you're getting less of these tents, right, that are pitched up, and you're getting further away from kind of the commotion of the keep side. And so it's pretty lax. And there's maybe a couple people outside of their homes moving about, but again, it's pouring rain, and so not everyone's pretty much inside. Some fires, you see smoke kind of pulling from chimneys, people are lighting fires. There's a few individuals kind of tending to the outside, maybe some gardens, other sorts of things. As you approach this particular structure, right, so you get to this side of the town, it's encased by a great many of trees. It's like a small little forest. It's a little corner, it's a little pocket here in the town. Some of these trees actually grow quite large, encompassing the walls themselves in height, a little bit even further past that. Some of these are not actually the same type of tree as you've seen from the small wood that's scattered about the town. Some of which have purple or orange leaves. They do not fall, or they have not yet fallen. The bark themselves are lighter, the other ones are darker. So it's very interesting. Now, in the underbrush, you see there's a great many massive bushes and thorns and other sorts of flowers. Again, they appear to be not native. Never seen these before. They're very strange. There's an odd familiarity to these plant life that you've noticed there. They seem to be something familiar to you, but you can't quite put the place, can't quite put where they are coming from, but you might have some ideas. Now, this two-story wooden rock-walled structure, as you head off of a small kind of dirt and gravel path off of the main road, is covered with none of these same underbrush things as they kind of wind back and forth, and then the structure itself is there. It sits nestled between the walls themselves and then the trees, as well as the shrubs and underbrush. Gardens grow vividly and wildly about the actual grounds and encase the actual structure. So the plant life is actually growing on top of the structure at this point. And there's definitely windows as you can see them. There might be kind of some faint glaze over them and maybe some shine of candles from its side, but it's actually really difficult to see. There's bits and pieces, maybe some fencing that have been put up, but those have long been overgrown at this point. Single wooden door kind of resides within a little bit of an outcropping that kind of goes at a 90-degree out to the path that begins to wind. The single wooden door appears to have elvish-like runes upon it. This elvish language that is wrote and inscribed. As you begin to read it, it's quite difficult to understand. In fact, this elvish appears to be quite old and quite ancient. From the interpretations of it, you can understand that this is the same language that was wrote upon that small chest that was uncovered at the bottom of the Otheba crypt. The smell of herbs and spices floats about as you approach this door, kind of wafting out, suggesting things are cooking or brewing from inside. You're now up at the door.
Can I do a history check for my own history, just or something similar to that? I don't know what that would be. But just because it's all so familiar and I get the hunch based on the reason why I'm there and everything else that could have been related to the Feywild.
You don't necessarily need to roll. I think that's where we're going. If you want to make those assumptions, you might be able to place that these plants themselves are from the Feywild. How they're growing here has been unknown, but that's again, that's a little bit. You're probably speculating at this point that might be what it is from, especially what Strella had talked about, Paxina, and also your new change, right? So.
Okay. Yeah, I think I will have literally have just booked it toward the house, steaming, and maybe calm down by being confused by the plants and then just realizing that I have company Have you guys been following me this whole time?
Yes.
Hey,
Really, I was
not
looking for
trying to be
corn.
creepier, dude.
I was gonna come up behind you invisible and spook you, but you might hurt me.
There's a
You-
lot of swinging feelings.
You seemed really high strung till we got to weird plant zone over here.
Yeah, I was running on how I've frustrated, but now I'm just nervous.
No,
About meeting
happy to,
Paxina?
Yeah,
You want me to break the ice? I'm great at that.
yeah,
I'm
you're
here to
really.
offer you whatever support I can, lass.
Paz is really good with people, so maybe he should knock.
Okay, come on, come up with me
Could
though.
be.
Okay, I'm
Could be a
coming.
good
I
way
need
I'm
to
you
do
coming.
behind me.
things.
I'm gonna walk with her up the door. I'm gonna knock like, and then I'm just gonna shove her forward and step back.
Nah.
Son of a bitch.
You wait. Minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Eventually, you hear the doorknob slowly turn. This wooden knob begins to rotate. Pulls open, revealing themselves as this old wood elf that has some very interesting characteristics. Her eyes are purple, and her hair wavy auburn. Seems to wear kind of a gown of leaves and vine over a piece of hide armor and trousers. She's quite hunched over at this point. It's a kind of a wooden kind of staff or something to kind of hold themselves upright. There's scars across the wrinkled flesh. This particular elf seems to be very near death. Looks up at you all. Well, hello. Who all of you? You're not the usual type bringing me my stuff.
Hello. Have you met Naira?
I like make eye contact and like burst into tears.
Idea. Why don't you all come in? I'll get the kettle on for tea, yes? Come on.
Oh, it sounds
Begins
most
to walk
wonderful.
away from the door.
Perhaps, madam, if it's alright, you point me in the right direction, I'll get you started for you.
She's walked
Yeah.
away from the door at this point, so she's disappeared inside of
I
the
follow
actual
her
station.
in.
As you kind of follow in, Heavy Heart, you get off what you were saying. Seems to be difficult of hearing, and it's continuing to walk through. Upon entry, what you can understand, this particular is a small common entry room. It has a spiraling wooden and vine staircase going into a loft-like second floor. Massive glass windows are slanted or domed on the roof, providing immaculate lighting. 3 circular door frames lead west, east, and north. About the wooden walls are vines and plants growing freely from different sized and colored clay pots. Pause the music so we don't have that going. The flooring is of unprocessed wood. To the west, interior greenhouse sits with many plants upon shelves. Buckets and gardening tools hang from the walls. The entire room smells beauty. Plants work themselves about the walls and trellises. Other thick and heavily leafed plants grow wide and spaced out. A small wooden door goes north to the outside back area of the house. To the north of the entry room is a dining room with 2 small circular wooden tables built from an old and ancient wood. That is where Paxina is headed, hunched over from the common entry room. And it begins to kind of waddle to that particular space. Do you all follow?
I'm following, yeah.
Yes, follow.
I'm gonna shake myself off first, and then I'm gonna follow in.
And it does not seem to respond to you, Heavy Heart, from your thing. Maybe it didn't hear you as far as what you can understand. So gets into there. Now, as you understand, the actual kind of tables themselves are haphazardly put together and kind of reinforced by vine and leaves. And these wooden stumps are there for seating. The decor of odd stones and bark are placed hung up on the walls or upon decayed wooden shelves. An open kitchen sits with a river rock fireplace on the west side of the room, cupboards filled with clay or jarred items and wooden cutlery, a large bubbling cauldron inside the fireplace, and smells of licorice. A massive thick slab of wood is held up about 4 feet by 2 stumps. It serves as an island in the kitchen space. To the east of the entry room, which is where you've already passed through, now getting into the dining as well as the kitchen kind of joint area, was a storage chamber that seemed to be fit with a bunch of different stored kind of goods, kind of hunched down almost into like a cellar type area. Paxina continues to move, goes directly for the fireplace at the backside. Has a bubbling cauldron. Kind of reaches underneath a couple different cupboards, opening, grabs this kind of kettle of metal, and begins to move the hand over it real quick, and then takes the kettle and puts it within the actual fireplace itself upon a little kind of prong that outstretches from one of the rocks. Now turns around, faces you all. Take a seat. Sit down. Sit down.
You have a lot of beautiful plants.
Oh, thank you. Yes, I take great pride in my plants. Do you have a green thumb? Do you like growing plants too?
I very much do. I specialized in root vegetables.
Root vegetables. Wow. You must be a great tiller.
I don't know what that means, but I probably am.
Yep. Your tea will be ready soon. Let me get the herbs out, and
It smells delicious.
begins to slowly grab jars and setting down the island, pulling apart, as well as some mortar and pestle is grabbed, and begins to slowly begin to grind herbs and spices in this mortar and pestle.
Would you like some help?
Oh, yes. Come, help. Why don't you take over, young lad? You seem to be quite fit. I'll point them out to you. You want that one, then this one.
As
This one?
that's happening, Thilfig
over
wants to
there.
just take a quick look at Nair. Does Nair look upset, angry? What's the emotion coming off her? I'm just gonna.
What had burst into tears has sort of calmed to just like silent crying.
I'm going to reach over and
Is watching
touch.
pass.
I'm going to touch her, and the effect's just going to be all behind her, so it doesn't touch anyone else in the room. And I'm going to cast Calm Emotions on her.
Okay. Are you gonna
Just tell her to calm down.
It's pretty elaborate there.
You just need to chill.
You can choose to fail saving throws, just FYI. So
Yeah, it's a charisma save.
you can choose to fail it. If not, you can roll a charisma saving throw.
No, I think she looks at Thothic and feels it starting and sort of just lets it happen.
Thilfig's just going to nod as he watches it take effect.
Roughly 30 minutes passes by as this tea is prepared.
Intense tea.
Slowly,
The normal amount it takes to make
Maxine
tea.
slowly moves around. Eventually, these wooden cups are poured with the tea. Maxina walks over, points towards the ground upon seeing that there's a lack of seating since you all have taken it. Reaches towards the ground, seems to grow a chair made of vine and flowers from the hand, just unveiling and twirling it. Then sits upon it and has the tea on either side and just sips.
You are so cool.
That is delicious, isn't it? So good.
Just knocks it back.
Thilfig will accept the cup. Thank you very much. And gently sip.
Yeah, thank you, but Chuck drinks it as quickly as possible.
I'm going to very much try to hide the face as I sip.
Well, I'm glad that you like it. It's a family recipe.
It's very pungent.
Yes, it's not like many of those on this plane to enjoy it. Comes from different area, but nonetheless, you will partake in its great many effects.
Do I recognize it at all? Like, does it feel familiar at all? Obviously, when I would have been there, I would have been a baby. So depending on what kind of tea it is, I wouldn't recognize it. But
You're having maybe like a Ratatouille moment, right? Just like just a little bit of emotions are happening, but you can't pick
Right.
up where they're coming from.
just sparks, just little sparks.
Right, where the was it the Ratatouille where the critic eats the ratatouille in childhood
Right.
memory comes back.
Right. I'm more of like
Such a
when
good
he's
scene.
chewing on like the nut and the cheese and it's like
Yeah, the nut,
sparky.
exactly. That's what I'm saying. The
That's
nut,
where
she's-
I'm at.
I'm getting
I'm like-
nuttiness.
It feels good, but I don't know why.
Yeah.
Ma'am.
Yes.
So apparently I am Eladrin, and recently I have I've woke up to some changes, and I feel really hot and frustrated, and I already had strong positive feelings, but the negative ones seem to have gotten worse. And I look different. Like, I know that this is our first time meeting, but looked like I'd summered in Herak before this. Am I broken?
No, you are not broken. You are just merely expressing the true natural elements that you have been gifted by our ancestors long ago, when our species was created. It is confusing beyond this plane. Oftentimes, those that are gifted with this ability are unable to control it, and it just simply happens. Fueled by emotion, perhaps?
There's a lot of that going around.
Have you been feeling rather angry as of late?
The thing is, yes, but I think I think I was angry for a while. I was just
How
more
about
sad.
short and hot-tempered, quick to the punch?
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's been some of that, a little bit of that.
Well, it is all driven by that, usually. Just be aware that when you use your step through this plane, you will create havoc of fire left in your wake and your trail. It's as simple as that.
Okay. Is it
My dear, how did you come to be here?
like your house or like this plane? Where are we?
However you would like to interpret that question, I suppose.
You know, my mother brought me to the Wizard's Keep. I don't know how or why. I know it wasn't good. But she's not really around to ask more questions. Do you know what happened?
It's not something that I know, no. I myself am from a place called the Autumn Vale. It's in this beautiful area filled with the same trees you see outside and a great many of fey creatures. There's a bog nearby, many towns, great people.
Do you know how to go there? To the Feywild?
There was a time that it was accessible. But that time has passed. No.
Why?
It's towards you. Stairs. Why is it that you want to know?
It'd be nice to eventually get some answers on something. It seems like you get to a certain age and you stop being forthcoming from the people we've met.
Well, in my case, it is more of just the acceptance of death and the acceptance that what once was will never be. But the question I have, are you with your companions? Are you the ones that would be ready to hear such information? That is truly why I ask.
Well, I mean, we're as ready as ever. I mean, we've been well informed that we were chosen. Not apparently for that information, but for this information, probably.
Tell
We
me,
slayed a dragon.
We have slayed at least one dragon. It's
you
a work
have
in progress.
slayed a dragon.
Yeah.
And you say you are chosen.
That's
Yep.
what we're told.
That's what Magello said.
Mage Magello in Boulder.
Mage. He's pretty certain.
Which dragon did you slay?
Yeah.
Ithrain.
Do you know of Grugash?
We have
We're-
heard this name, aye.
We're working on paying him a visit.
Well, don't.
Hmm.
Or you'll surely die.
No. Okay. Well, we're gonna risk it.
Well, I mean, why? Just because he's really strong, or
Yeah, I guess that's
would help
fair.
to know a bit more.
because we shouldn't? Because
He's actually nice and
Hordes of
helpful.
hordes of undead will eat us.
Yeah, what's the spectrum here? Where
Is
are we
there
at?
any particular reason?
You the one who helped me with the tea. What's your name?
As
Yes. And you spreading your wings finally and coming the summer's heat.
Naira.
And then the one I acted that I didn't hear. What's your name?
I suspected as much. Thorfig Heavyheart, madam.
Yes. Your here is for your ears only. Do not share this information with this commander, nor will the Talthars hear any of its business.
It's fine with us.
I come from a town in the Autumn Vale called Lissil. It is a part of Lixis, a collection of Ladrin guilds and people. These trees you see outside, they lose their leaves 3 times a year. Just not now. Not during when this plane has its own seasons, I suppose. The mountains of Tivol provided protections from the bogs of Thilka. And it was my task, along with my sisters, known as Ferlion, guardians of the Fae, to vanquish creatures of monstrosity within the bogs, to protect the Vale. Trained in natural magic and martial combat, I was sent through the Fey-Wild congruence to aid the Fey folk that migrated into the Redwoods on Arthuria, to either live or return home after the Sundering. This, my dear, most likely is where you and why you came to be. You just didn't happen to get to the Redwoods. There was other places that Faye went. As someone of high rank, I was given many freedoms. The Autumn Vale secured, I traveled to the Redwoods and some of Arthuria to visit and interact and learn, investigate. I met with Salinar, a druidic circle, to negotiate peace between Thixia and themselves. After Morsatra, the Fey Council that oversaw Thixia, a great and prideful city of Fey, to speak of conflicts between them, to negotiate peace and prosperity. Unfortunately, my efforts were null. and the rift continued to grow. Many years later, I, along with many Fairleon, did what they could to stop one called Kalima, a matriarch to the Salinar, but it was too late. Kalima and Salinar bridged congruence to something else, bringing forth shadows that suck the very life of the native inhabitants of the Redwoods. The metaphysical properties that came from this place corrupted and spewed vile evil across the land. I stayed along with the Fralion, to help refugees that fled Thixia. I helped many make home elsewhere on this continent. During these long and hard years, I was met with a young human that told me to never give up hope. He mentioned that certain individuals that were strange, foreign, and uninvited would come wherever I made my home, the nearest to the end of my life. He said they were chosen to help restore what once was. Even though I am near death, I still long for home. Perhaps see the Autumn Vale once more. This information I give to you. I assume you are these people. I don't get many people through the door. Don't say a word of this to anyone. It's imperative that the secrets of Thixia are kept. There are those that would seek to undermine and dismantle.
Okay. Were those shadows alive?
Shadows that emerged were those of a raw, amorphous frame. Are they alive? I do not know. Did they die? Yes. Thixia is long but forgotten now. It has been many years, hundreds and hundreds of years. It is ruined, overgrown, destroyed. The last that I saw of it, hordes of creatures that had rose, strode through.
So, you think we can help with that?
Well, I don't get people at my house. In fact, nobody comes but those I invite. And, well, you are quite strange and foreign. I imagine you are what this person said.
Yeah.
And, well, before I die, I thought maybe I should tell somebody. Yeah, it'll be you. Could be any day now that I croak over.
It's a lot to unpack. Do
Yeah.
do you know what we can do to help? Like,
All I know is that you will help. If
okay.
you are to make way and find out why this congruence is sustained, that would be my first work.
Okay.
Maybe
And-
find the Salinar. They could still exist. Kill them. Save them. I could care less. It has been a long time. I buried a hatchet a long time ago.
Seems very healthy. Where are both located? Where did you say both are located?
They are in what you all refer to as the marshes of unveiling, my dear.
Gotcha.
They were once the
And-
redwoods, no longer.
And the dragon
Yeah, why shouldn't we?
is here. What? Is he guarding this thing?
Gash is a creature that made a presence very little. But when Grugash did, he was protected. There was a barrier about this dragon. Curled and unfurled, it stayed in a very slither-like state. whatever we sent out at my Freylon sisters would be unable to strike a lethal or any blow at all. I lost many Freylon to Grugash. We stopped going after it as it grew. Now it encompasses a great many feet, and it is strong.
Was this within the last 9 years?
Oh, my dear. Kalima, doing what Kalima did, happened 742 years ago.
Gotcha.
Freylon are strong. We are naturally gifted, and we come about at a very specific time in the calendar of the Autumn Vale. That's why I am still alive. Normally our kind would be perished by this time.
Well, hopefully we can help with you still here. We're working on it.
I've lived this long, I suppose.
Might as well live a little longer.
Maybe so. Maybe so. Y'all like some more tea?
Absolutely.
That would be lovely, madam.
Paz wants more too.
Just to walk over. It's walking, stops, slowly turns over to you, Paz. I know you didn't like it. That's fine. I'll make you something else.
Oh, thank God. Nothing is fine. Do you have any corn? I've been really angry for corn.
I'll get you some corn. Fine. No worries.
I told you there was corn.
That Paxina makes more tea, gets corn, set it out.
Nayera.
It takes time, lots of time. Paxina takes going through.
Nayera,
Yeah?
do one of us have a black stone?
Sorry, did Sid tell me I was not supposed to talk about this? I don't remember.
Suit's not there. Like
That's right. I
But-
couldn't.
No, I think she's trying to recall memory of a
I'm just trying to
conversation.
remember. I'm just trying to remember if Sid
Not
told me.
Soot?
I know who it is, and it's kind of funny that y'all don't remember, but
I don't know if I know in character or not, though.
Who has a
No,
black
Remember who
stone?
it is.
I'm pretty sure everybody knows who has the black
everyone
stone.
knows who has the
Oh,
black
yeah.
stone. It is Gilga, because
Gilga,
Gilga was
yeah.
saying, "Oh, this stupid it won't happen." Back in
Yeah.
Modsag at the Great
Alright.
Hall,
That's
was like,
why,
"No,
yeah.
this isn't gonna work." Yeah.
I
And
wrote
then it
it
may or
down.
may not have.
I wrote it down, so I assumed I knew, because I don't normally write things
Yeah.
down I don't
Gilga
know.
has the
It
black
was-
stone.
Yeah.
It's Gilga,
Gilga.
isn't it?
It is. Sweet fool. But he is.
So you think maybe we gotta do with this dragon what Varys did with a train?
Which
Beat
was
up Gilga?
stab it? What do you mean?
No, get the other pieces.
Well, we had to put
Oh,
his
yeah, get
stone.
the other pieces.
We completed Varys' stone. Dragon wasn't nearly as deadly.
Yeah. Although we haven't come across.
We
Do you
have no
think-
comparison for pre and post Deadly Stone.
That's true.
This is true.
But
But I don't think I
feel-
want to know pre-deadly stone,
I
you
feel
know?
like all the pieces might be something we want to aim for.
Oh, but Varys got ice powers. I don't want to deal with Gilga with what? Death power?
Poison power?
Slimy
Uh,
aesthetic?
Black
I don't know.
powers?
well, what is a black
Sludgy,
dragon?
Control hordes of undead powers?
dark shadow, undead death. All right, we should bring this up as a
Aye,
group.
good point. Aye, we should.
Do you know of anyone around here that might be working with Grugash who might be wielding a black stone of some kind?
No. Ugash's followers and servants all exist in the marshes of Unveiling. Keeps his friends quite close. Very specific individuals.
Yeah.
Messengers for this track.
We'll just have to go to the source for this one.
Is there any other information you all need?
Oh gosh,
Do
probably.
you know? You've been around a long time. Do you know the leader?
Do I know the leader?
Yes, the leader.
You know,
I'm afraid that's all he's going to give you to
Handsome
go
guy.
on, madam.
come to think of it, I
Comforts
know
us all
of
with his
many
warmth.
leaders. In
No,
fact,
no,
we
there's
used
only
to
one.
ramble on about a great number of leaders. Then there
God
was
damn
a
it.
student, it was this way. It continues on, regardless of you trying to interrupt. Eventually it subsides 15 minutes later. And that one was quite cute. I like that one.
One that might have. One that might. Oh, the cute one. I don't know. And one that might have come from off continent in the relatively not too distant past.
I don't know anyone like that.
Oh, damn.
There is something else, madam. On the far end of the marsh, it is now, there's a place called Jinrula. Are you familiar with it?
Yes, I housed many refugees from Jinrala after they were attacked. It is a gnomish village, I believe. There's a tower there. I've personally never been.
I never met anyone there. Anyone of note?
There was one individual that would come to Thixia before great trouble brought. They were quite young, this gnome. They referred to themselves as Porig, and they came on behalf of Jinrala, notably just to exchange information and supplies, and given that it seemed Porig was good with the arcane, very talented.
We're looking for him.
Aye.
Why are you looking for this gnome?
We think it's connected.
Aye.
Well, Porig knew Thixia, knew of it. Stands the reason maybe we'll have some information for you. If he's still alive, gnomes don't usually live that long.
This one does.
Aye.
Very strange.
This one's been touched by some very strange magic.
Oh. Best find them then.
We're trying.
Oh, indeed. Yeah. How's the tea now, little one? I went ahead and put some extra honey in there. Not as many of the herbs as the others. Should suffice your taste.
Paz, is that
Pass.
good for you?
Is that good for you?
As
Paz, is that good for you?
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Good.
Yes. I mean, I
You
got
know, I
corn. I'm
could-
pretty happy.
Yes, I could use your help out back with my garden if you don't mind. I could use a few of your maybe a couple of days of your work.
If we have the time, there seems to be a zombie invasion that's not really a problem that we're going to look into.
Yes, I've
I
heard of
guess.
this horde attacking. It's quite strange the way that the word has spread and how they've gone about. Creatures that I faced were far more coordinated and intelligent.
Do you have any idea if this fog is how Grumash hides himself?
Oh yes,
Because it seems
well,
to just stop at the woodline.
the entire marshes of Unveiling is covered with this fog. It is channels and flows. It's a living thing. Comes
Is
from another place.
Yeah. We
what a tick.
Is it dangerous? Like, other than just being fog?
Do not believe so. I have been in it, as well as my sisters. We all were fine.
Do you... Well, you know the forest, then.
I have
Do
great
you-
knowledge of the marshes, of the redwoods.
Don't know what we're looking for
well, so
inside.
We're looking for the dragon. We're looking for a tower with a well.
Ooh,
And we're looking for
okay.
an easy path down to Jinrula.
You know Jinrula, then? Is there, like, a brief map of, like, landscapes and like things that we can use to kind of know where we're going inside of the wood?
Oh, I might be able to find something. Begins to walk off.
Now, when she comes back,
Beat her
I'll
up.
ask her about the undead attacks. She said they used to be more coordinated. They say
Well, I
the
mean-
ones here are very just, they kind of just shamble at the wall.
Eventually,
Yeah.
you gotta run out of undead, right?
I mean,
Or-
honestly,
Or
no.
you're trying to learn from what you're doing so you get better at it.
Or again, it could be bottom barrel undead that are here as a distraction. I mean, this sounds way spookier up top than it does when you get here.
Yeah, when they said like
Yeah.
horde, I was like, oh, there's
Yeah,
thousands we're punching through, and
None of these
Skullgird
are like as bad as what we saw.
Hey,
died.
but
I don't even.
I feel like whatever is doing this is like trying to figure out a way to make it worse. Or just trying to sap what the city's got and make it open.
Is it maybe it's just a way to just annoy the city? Right? Like you just throw something at them from time to time to keep them from venturing out.
Yeah. Honestly,
Maybe.
it annoys me.
But they're gonna have a lot to thread the city. I mean, that marsh is huge. Who knows how many?
Well, yeah,
armies
and
they could
there's
pull
we
from
we
it.
already know there was at least one actually coordinated attack that took a lot of people. So,
Hey,
or gnomes. Paxine, ma'am.
Just coming back with a small scroll. What?
Do you know anything about the well? About the
well of the 9 realms.
that's the one.
I
The well
do
of the
not
Nine
know,
Realms.
that is not something in my knowledge.
Do you know about a
Place called Felgrim.
Falgrim, I believe, was a wizarding school on the Isle of the Blessed. Many gnomes there. Porrig said that he was a headmaster there. That's all I know of it, though. I never went there.
do you know anything? Okay. That's probably
How do you know
take
Strella?
this, dears? Slides the map.
Thank you.
towards where-
Take that map.
No need to read it here. Well, we can always go into it at a different time. It's getting
Okay.
quite late, and I need to start dinner.
That's fair. Do you need any help from us before we go? Thank you for being
No,
very
I'll be
hospitable.
fine. I'll be fine. You all have a good time. Stay out of the rain. Make sure to stay warm and dry. Well,
Eventually,
One quick question:
yes.
how do you know Strella? How does she know you?
Australia, she stayed here, refugee from Jinrula. Stayed here for a great many weeks and days and months, even, I believe. Well, I helped her get healed and rejuvenated. I believe she left, went off to distant pastures.
Excellent. That's all.
All right.
Thank you.
Yes, farewell.
Thank you for the corn.
Head back to
you.
the fireplace. Starts pulling out different things from the cupboards and walks out of the back towards the garden area to pick some fruits and other vegetables and things. Right. Leaves you all to leave the house yourself. Doesn't walk you out or anything like that. Okay. Well, at this point, given time frame, are you all headed back to the tavern? Is that what I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Probably to group up
Yeah.
again. Okay. Cool.
yeah.
All right. So I'm gonna get your tokens on there.
Do you think Ferris was okay with Wing Song?
I knew there was corn here.
I'm sure they'll work it out. Wingsong's a little awkward, but he means well. I think Varys is level-headed enough not to, just outright stab him.
As we get back, Ferris is wedging Wing Song.
Yeah.
So,
Don't think be okay with that. They'll be like, all right,
But
that's
I
reasonable.
don't think I can
It's a
take
good
another
halfway point.
drink.
Now, so you're all getting back to the tavern. There's a great many hours have passed. You've been at Pexinas. This conversation's long-winded. The tea and other things. It's just very taking a long and a tedious process. Wing Song Suit Raiders, are you doing anything specific beyond just having chatter at the table?
I was thinking about what was it? No.
I did want to ask a question of Varys while Paz was gone.
Yeah, anytime if you want to get through anything you want to do for your
Yeah.
time, and then we'll go to a break afterwards. So go ahead.
Yeah. So just Varys, I've been meaning to ask you because it seems that whenever this question comes up and Paz is around, it just goes nowhere. Who exactly is the leader?
Is he a murderer?
Sure. More like cult leader.
I told him he's a fucking cult person.
I mean, that much was obvious just by the way Paz acts, but
Yeah.
I mean,
I
yeah.
was injured fighting him when I met Paz.
oh,
Paz
that's
doesn't really know that part.
interesting. So you know what he looks like then?
Yes.
But
Do you know where
Paz
he
doesn't.
is?
I know he's the last lead I got is he's to the south.
If he knew where he was, he wouldn't. He would have been. I'm just gonna. It's odd that Paz doesn't know what he looks like though.
He does. He carries around a little hand-drawn picture of him.
Every time somebody's asked Paz what the leader looks like, the only thing he ever says is he just looks like the leader.
Well, yeah, he's not very good at describing things.
Yeah,
I
He
mean-
thinks we are all human.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
so-
yeah, you're a kid with fucking cat ears. I'm a literal cat.
Soot just looks over to you and he's just like silent for a second, and then the cat ears just disappear from the top of his head. They're just for show, Wing Song.
My life is full of lies right now. Like honestly, like what the fuck?
Did you really think he was a cat the whole time?
I had no other reason to
A talking
believe.
cat that could cast magic?
He didn't
Well,
talk during
yeah.
then nor cast magic. He was just a cat that had a fucking bronze amulet.
Yeah, no,
Okay.
he is right. I for a solid year and a half that I was traveling with him, I literally just mooched off of him as a cat. I didn't talk.
Hmm.
I didn't use.
Okay.
Well, I did use my magic, but I didn't use it in front of him.
Yeah,
If I did use it in front of him, I made it subtle enough that he didn't realize.
honestly,
Because
like the only things that all the way from Picarius to here, that's all I really knew. Is just he was a cat. I mean, it was kind of awkward seeing like this weird kid like all the time, every now and then, following us from city to city. Now that I think about it, and apparently it's this thing right next to me. But yeah, yeah.
yeah, I'm honestly surprised he never put two and two together.
I'm not.
With
I don't know how to feel about that, but I will feel neutral
Thanks
that's
for
for the
sharing.
best.
because I'm confused. But otherwise, neutral. I just remembered. What continent are you from again?
Me
Not this
or
one.
Varys over you. You're not from this one.
No.
How many continents are there?
Hundreds.
Yeah.
Existential crisis unlocked.
Yeah, actually, like, how many continents are there?
How many continents are there? There's Arthuria, there's Balthus, there's Picarius, there's Krikos, and then there's Temeria.
And we're going to all of them.
Oh god. Well,
Working
okay.
our way
I was
around
just-
this one and just hopping to the next.
Already
so-
been to one
you
of them. It didn't end well.
I was just curious because you're an elf, and I know a lot. There's a lot of elves in Picarius, so.
No, Temeria.
Oh.
back to what I was asking originally. What? Just so I know what to keep an eye out. in case. What does the leader look like?
Ask Paz next time to show you the picture he has.
Is he
Okay.
like a super fan?
It's a wooden figure.
A little
It's too late. He
figurine
already
thing
said
he carries.
Alright.
Don't worry. If I get more info and if we get closer, I will share more.
Well, that's fine. Just curious. I feel
How
like at
many-
this point, the several hours have passed because it's been just idle chit chat for the most part. So
Sure.
Like, honestly, it's been mostly just us awkwardly looking at each other.
I think it's just Wing Song asking random, very invasive questions without any kind of rhyme or
What's your
reason.
social security number?
Okay. So
Do you have
we'll go
anything
ahead.
triggering in your life?
We'll go ahead and we'll take our break then. So it's a good time to do that then. So transition, all grouping together in here and whatnot. So we'll go ahead and take our break. So 10-minute break. Come back 6:42 p.m. PST. Maybe a little after, depending on what happens. But so if you're watching the stream, thanks so much. Really appreciate it. Fellowship thanks you as well. We'll be back for the second half of the session too. So right back.
Fellowship
See you in
does
a bit.
thank you as well.
See you guys later. Now.
All right, welcome back.
There, you
Much to
hold
stream.
your catitude, okay?
Hold the catitude. Stream is on. What are you doing?
Send help.
Let's just take a pause.
Stop. Send help. It's not too late.
So we'll get just right back into it. We had a conversation over Paxinas. You all are here at the tavern that Yadir is on the stump here. And then now you all have arrived back for Paxinas as the afternoon progresses. So we went in advance time. It's about 5 o'clock in the afternoon.
Blah 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 blah.
Oh,
Bears,
hearing
bears.
the door open, I turn back over and see Nair enter. It's like, oh, you're back. That took you guys a while.
Yeah, she moves
Oh my
really
God.
slow, but she was really nice.
Beres and I have become really great friends. Isn't that right,
I
Beres?
don't believe
Welcome.
that.
And by
I'm
great
stuck.
friends, you mean Varys has decided not to kill you yet.
You know, he turns out he's not a psycho.
Are you just like inside thoughts, outside thoughts?
What?
We don't think he's a psycho, just a little antisocial.
Well, I
You guys,
mean,
there was corn.
There was corn.
Honestly,
there was corn.
the
Are you-
hand
But
cut,
she does have
cut-
nature magic though, so
the hand cut thing and the weird shit he does. I mean, that's kind of creepy.
it seems consistently like a magic thing. So
It is
Hey.
magic, but it's just a weird, disgusting.
Okay,
I don't judge it
I-
when you make people's heads explode.
yeah,
I'm
you
not
made a
the one
lot of people's
commenting.
heads explode.
Aye. Also, cut yourself is like a far cry from raising dead. So
I don't raise the dead. I don't.
I'm not saying
try
you
to-
raised the dead.
Do you think?
Lad,
I find
what
that
have we been
normal?
fighting the last, I don't know, week or so here? What
Oh,
have we
wait, you
consistently
mean
been fighting
like-
against?
Oh,
Dark
I thought-
dwarves, death cultists,
I thought you meant by raise.
Dragons.
zombies. Ooh, a dragon. That's true. The
mean-
Duke of Harak.
Like
Oh,
dark dwarves.
Yadir
Yeah,
stands
weird.
there at the end of the table squinting at you in your conversation.
I wasn't there
Sorry,
for the
that-
Duke of Harak.
Nair,
Ale.
here's the key to your room as well.
Thank you. Ale?
They're all
Yeah.
the same.
Aye, ale as well, please, sir.
Yeah.
Big ale.
If
Do
you
you
guys
have
are
corn
worried,
Well, he's already.
We
gone.
can make it. We can
Well,
make corn milk. If you got the corn, we
I
can
only
figure
have
it out.
like 2 ears of corn. You're not going to get a lot.
Grabs
It's
another
for you,
jug of
though.
ale, throws
I
it
know
down
it's
on
for
top
me.
of the table.
Milk.
Yeah.
It's not actually milk.
Yeah.
Who's
It's
up?
just starchy water.
Those
Probably
are
get you. Say again?
what
I
food
do
do
some
you
of
want?
I'm sorry, I
yes,
don't speak
please.
Dwarvish.
Yes.
Filthy will give him 2 silver.
Yeah. There you go. Anything else?
Yes.
Hot water to the room?
How are
Yeah.
you? Yeah, don't do it.
Okay, that's fair. I'm pretty warm. I'll figure it out.
I also have fire magic I can use to heat up some water for you.
Oh, are we sleeping over? Or are you going to be with Wingsong? We're good at this table. We're good. We'll flank it.
You're good.
With you asking that question, like Soot just kind of turned towards you and is just like giving you a.
Very like openly hopeful and not currently frustrated at all.
Well, you seem to have calmed down a bit, so I don't see a problem. Sure.
I know that I've been a little bit short-tempered. I think I was doing a lot of bottling, which was not healthy, and I think that the bottle has somehow broken. And I'm working through that because that's not going super great either.
We all, need to learn to express our emotions when we can in a healthy manner.
This
I
coming
also-
from the guy who can't really talk to somebody.
I can talk to a lot of people. It's just that
Why can't you talk?
Veres just was kind of scary to me.
Is he?
I feel like you've said a lot of things out loud that might feel
I'm
like
expressing my
bullying
emo-
if Varys cared. I just want you to know.
I think
No.
Varys is very easy to talk to. He
I
answers in
said-
short sentences,
said
yes and no.
I said he was very scary. Now he's just intimidating.
Is
I
he
mean, you
scary?
were doing a lot of shit talking on the magic also.
Varys, are you scary?
It's not shit talking. It's
Should I
just-
be
I'm saying
No.
he's,
I know.
I think you guys are confusing the difference between scary and shit talking. He was scary, now he's just intimidating.
No, you said words like disgusting and
Vile.
vile,
Okay.
like
those
gross,
other things.
creepy,
He
weird.
literally drinks weird potions full of random
Puke-worthy.
shit.
I don't
mean,
think
Random?
I was gonna say I wouldn't call them random if they work.
Okay,
Aye.
that's fair.
Yeah,
And to him, obviously, they're not random. I mean, he's doing them for a purpose, so that's
Veris,
not random.
what's in your potions? What's in your average potion?
Not telling you that.
I don't think that we're
Also,
allowed.
it's made specifically for my body.
Exactly. So what's the point of me knowing? Like, what's it gonna hurt? You know?
Because you're not a
Oh.
blood hunter. Just trade secrets, my friend.
Yeah, and there it is. The name is Blood Hunter. I feel like you should hear that and then see blood work and be like, probably
What trade?
connected.
What
See,
trade
the
are
thing
you
is,
in?
the thing is, he kind of said that, and now Blood Hunter's a bit scary.
Now I'm actually rather
You are
curious.
blowing people's heads up.
What
I
would-
don't choose to do that? That just happens. Okay.
Okay, well, you got pretty good at doing it for someone who doesn't choose to do it.
Why am I being attacked? This is not something that's normal where I'm from. Okay, we don't normally see people cutting their hands open to do weird.
Apparently, we don't
blood
work in
rituals.
teams. That's why.
Well, yeah.
I
normally
also
work
don't
with, like,
normally see cats that cast magic, but here there are two.
Me neither.
Speaking of Varys, what would happen if somebody who wasn't a blood hunter drank one of your potions?
I'm assuming you'd probably get very sick.
Yeah, that has to go right through you in a weird way,
But
right?
what's
I
kind
don't
of like
think
the
it would
one
kill
that's
you, but you definitely wouldn't have a pleasant time for probably the next
It's
like
a very
12 to 24 hours.
It's a very powerful laxative.
I mean, I want to try it, but I know that you're probably right.
What's
I
like
will
one of the
keep
one of the
that in mind.
ingredients that you put in there? Like
I'm
just
not
one.
telling you.
Just one, not and
Blood.
This whole conversation is just further proof why I don't tell you anything.
Water.
Because you non-stop run your mouth, and eventually the words I tell you are going to come out at some point in there.
Okay.
Yeah,
Water is an
unfortunately, the next
ingredient.
time we meet someone, he's going to be, watch out, we've got a blood hunter with us.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. First
We
off,
call that aggregation. Oh, sorry, wait.
I know that
literal-
word. I know that word. Aggregation. That's in reference to blood.
That's the rocks and cement, right?
No.
You
No,
know, aggregation,
Wait, no, that's
aggravating,
agglutination.
egregious,
Oh,
That's
peevish.
all
agglutination.
A words.
No, what it is when you have a little bits of information in different places,
And they
alright?
aggregate.
And by themselves, they don't really mean much. But then if someone learns a whole bunch of them, they can figure out something you don't really want them to know.
The us
See?
trying
That's
desperately.
aggregation.
Agglutination is the thickening of blood.
Lad, now you're just making up fucking words.
Gluten's what's make bread springy and squishy.
Fermentation.
Are you referring to coagulation? Is that what you're?
I think that's
Yeah.
what
No.
he's
I
trying to do.
didn't referring to.
See, I'm trying to be as like easy just fucking around in characters and like a little stage.
Oh, boy.
No, okay, yeah, no.
Ah,
I-
yes,
no, I
glutination.
remember it. Yeah,
Glutination,
like
yes.
it gets all viscous and like sticky.
Bread.
I think that we either need to drink more or go to bed. I think we've
I
hit
already
a.
had a lot of
We've
whiskey.
hit
How
a
about we
wall.
drink more, then go to bed? I mean, that's how
There it is.
dwarves normally do it.
Are
you
we
know?
allowed to drink?
Did
Are
you
you
guys
cool with
Have
it
I
this
ever
time?
stopped you from drinking?
Yes,
Yes.
you have.
Yes.
Yes,
Oh, see, I
you
just pulled
have.
I pulled a prank on you. That's
Worst
all
prank
I did.
ever.
That was the worst prank
Nobody laughed.
ever.
Well, it's worse for you. I thought it was hilarious.
That was.
Okay.
I've never felt farther away from you or the
Guys.
Lord.
Well, I mean, because he literally walked away.
Which Lord? There's lots of them.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
this
I
is a
didn't
cat
ask.
lord.
Yeah.
Probably Paylor in this case.
Probably.
I got the question though. How did your visit with the what's her name again? Pixina?
Paxina. It was really good. She is really nice and weird, and I like her a lot. And she says that this is normal, even though it feels weird.
Seems we have a visitor.
See,
Oh, god damn it.
dumbly comes bubbling in, looks around, sees you all, and walks over, grabs a chair, slides
my
it down,
God.
sits down. Oh, hi, it's
Nice
nice to
to
see you
go,
this
Billy.
fine afternoon, evening.
Yeah, can we give you some? Can we pour you some ale? How drunk do you think we could get him?
Very obliged. Yes, fill my cup, please.
Awesome.
I think,
Considering-
I think he's already
Paying for
there.
any of this.
I know, but
No.
like how? Like how drunk?
He's
Considering
a
how
dwarf
much we
like
saw.
me. What you think?
Well, yeah,
I
but
just wanna
also
know the
considering how much he consumed when we were at the keep, I feel like he's probably got an insane intolerance.
Another, please.
Can I do an insight check?
What?
Just like how?
You mean a drunk vibe? You want to do a drunk
Yeah, I
vibe?
want to do drunk
Drunk.
vibes. I want to do drunk vibes.
Sure, we roll inside. You try to figure out drunk. He just
What is
he
that,
just
a
chugged
medicine
this
check?
ale. He just chugged a pint of ale and he wants another one.
Yeah.
It's really more of like where he was
do a
at
medicine
coming
check, it's
in
fine.
and now.
Do a
I'm
medicine
doing. Wait,
You
hold
try to
on.
gauge just how many sheets he is to the wind
Want
right now.
to sobriety check him, and as she was walking
Yeah.
in, see
Here,
how
breathe
Can I do
into
a
this.
perception? Can I do a perception?
Medicine check.
I gotta be honest. My medicine is bad. Okay.
I'm not intelligent.
Should have taken the insight check.
Yeah, sure.
I
do
wanted
that.
insight. I said,
Too
can I
much
do
arguing. 18. Medicine check. He appears to be sober.
Insight? Wow. And pour him another one. You shouldn't. Yeah, I was gonna say you should enjoy it at least a little.
Get it. Yeah, Yoda begins waltzing.
Yeah,
out.
What's on the tuna menu tonight? Yeah, you guys have. Yep. Venison, carrot, potato, pie.
Do you think they're all separated or together?
Yep.
Were those two words supposed to be one or two? I couldn't tell.
Oh,
Well, he said carrot and potato and pie, but do you think they're all together or do you think they're different?
Coin purse pulls it out and begins to shovel coins into Yadira's palms.
Food for the whole table for tonight, dessert, and bring out some of that special rub you got going on. Good luck. Yeah.
And this is why we're hospitable to dwarves when they're not
Bounces
Hey,
away.
dark
Shoveling
dwarves.
amounts of coin.
Yadir is a very hospitable person. He eats a lot. He drinks a lot. He's a great dude.
Can I make
Do we owe you? Is there a particular reason you've come to dine with us, Master Goldbelly, or just feeling
company.
social?
I'm just here to get some fine company for you all. You seem very interesting and travels and coming abroad, and I'm quite interested in the stories you have with the tales. And
I can tell you about the word agglutinate.
that is a
when
very
he
interesting
was handing over the gold to Yadir, can I make like a quick perception check to see how much gold was in his pouch?
Sure.
Agglutinate is a word that
No.
describes
No.
the stickiness
No.
of blood.
Not trying
No.
to hide the purse, just trying to throw the coin out of the purse. You judge that the purse currently contains over 40 gold pieces.
Okay.
You're richer than that.
I'm gonna pinch his pocket. He's gonna-
It seems as though you've come from a great place, and I'm quite interested. And the least I can do is buy you all weary travelers some food and to entice my questions.
Fair enough.
Questions. What kind of questions, my friend?
Not until the rum, tell you. Yardia has
Fair
some
enough.
of the most finest rum. He gets it from far off. It seems rather strange. I don't try to ask too many questions.
Yadira
This
comes
is
back,
probably more of that illegal rum, and I will enjoy it.
sets down the same barrel that was set down in front of you in Othema. Taps the keg and do it as he begins to tap down. It seems as though this is the same exact keg.
Ooh,
Yeah, I did
I would
not
recognize that from anywhere.
Thank you, Yardia. Pleasure. And food in a little bit. Give us some time to get through this here. Thank you.
Oh god, the rum's
Yes.
gonna hit me harder than a
Rum,
fucking
yes,
brick wall.
cups. Give me your cups.
Soot's just gonna like put his
Absolutely.
hand. Soot's gonna put his hand over his cup and just kind of like slide it towards himself.
Yeah, keep your cup away. Keep your cup away, little one. Just out.
Yeah, Thothink's gonna keep
Oh,
a very
little one.
very close eye on Goldbelly as he's pouring this rum.
Yeah.
Looks towards you, Suit. Looks at you. Have your hands over the bug.
Go on, lad, give it to me. Go on. Give it to me.
No. That one can't. That one doesn't.
Oh.
That one doesn't.
Okay, I could if I wanted to, but I choose
I said
not to.
doesn't. I didn't say can't. I said doesn't.
I'm pointing to Wing Song over here.
Oh, gotcha.
What?
That's fine. You do what you gotta do. That's all right. Yeah. Anyone else? Oh,
I am just going to like sleight of hand my cup over.
I know Varys and I are drinking. I don't know who else.
Hey, alcohol.
Maybe Wingstone.
all right.
Yeah,
Well,
alcohol. I
Stands
know
up.
so much about it.
thousand blessings of peril upon you, all weary travelers. By the sacraments of thy holy light, and through the sun tree, let it bless upon you all. Give thanks.
Does
This
this
humble
rum
rum
smell
we will
like-
sip and drink and get drunk. Yes.
Tothig.
Uh-huh.
Does it
Tothig.
smell? Is it pretty?
Hey,
Don't
it
be
seem
mean.
pretty
Don't be mean to
alcoholic?
him.
Yes.
It's the
I'm not
it's
very
the
mean to
same.
him. I'm focused on myself here.
It was the same alcoholic rum we got back at the tavern before we left Othema.
Was that pretty
It's the
strong?
illegal black market rum that we have
Was that strong though?
that almost set
Yes.
Naira on fire.
It's really strong.
Nothing
Oh.
is going to raise his glass in mimicry, and as he does it, casting it centered on himself, so he affects himself. He's casting purified food and water, so it gets the rum.
This shit tastes great. Oh my god.
There is a verbal and somatic component to that. Are you trying to hide it?
So
He could do it. He could do it right in front of the
verbal-
mug.
So here's the thing: the somatic would be the raising of the glass.
Sure.
The
No, I'm just
verbal-
asking. You're trying to, disguise it.
Well, the verbal, I could be saying like "here, here," as he does that, right? And that could be the verbal component.
Sure. I mean, yeah. If you're trying to.
Okay.
Sure.
Then no, I'm not. I'm not hiding any of those components.
Delicious. Gets another one. Yeah.
Which food did we eat, by the way?
The food hasn't been delivered yet.
No, for us, like for Varys, I, and you.
Oh, we got some kind of like fish stew.
Let's hope that's enough
Nonsense.
for me then, because I'm lightweight over here.
Got corn right. I mean, I'm just gnawing on this ear of corn. Just raw.
Starting to ask questions.
Random
Who's
ass
totally got
corn,
the-
man.
Don't even know if it's
Corn.
sweet corn or like corn like made for ethanol. I'm just gnawing
It could
on
be
it.
maize corn.
Jersey
too.
corn.
Yeah.
So now that we have drank together, around a table together, and we're enjoying our company, and we're outside the ears of the commander. Not to be rude or anything, but the commander can have a little stick up his ass. What is your names? Well, you elf, you look quite handsome indeed. Where do you come from?
He's hitting on you.
I come from Temeria. My name is Varys.
Varys from Temeria. Yeah, it's not too far away from here. It seems to be fine with the flame edge. Yes.
Naira, and I've been around, but I originally hailed from the Wizard's Keep.
Oh, my word. It's been a long time since I've set foot in the Wizard's Keep. I went there a couple times in my younger years. It's an extraordinary place. Tragedy has happened, befell. Yes, tragedy, great tragedy. It's horrible, horrible things. And you, the one with the corn.
Paz.
Where do you come from, Baz?
I'm traveling with Varys. He needs me.
He needs me.
Story
We've
from
been
Varys.
traveling.
Traveling companion?
Best friend.
Oh, best friend.
Don't eat like this. Like, corn on a cob.
Oh
Many
my god. Kill
halflings
me.
come from Temeria. Honestly, very intrigued about how this story and how you all connected here. Paz, you come from Temeria?
Yeah, that place, yep. Sure do.
That's quite interesting.
That place.
That's
I grew up in a farming community.
farming community. Can you name this farming community?
I mean,
Oh my god.
yes, I can.
Yes, well, maybe, other
Just,
dwarf in here at the
Okay.
table.
Nothing heavy heart. No, we're part of an offshoot of Clan Alderfist in Thulmir.
Yes. Heavy heart. Again, it's a tragedy. Well, absolutely horrible. Very sorry for your
Yeah, it's
loss.
kind of our thing.
My father has been missing since the attack.
have you had any connection with your father?
I've been attempted to and have not received a response.
Could mean a great many things. All hope is not lost. There's a number of reasons why that could happen. Now, I'm quite curious about you two. Here on the side of the table. You,
Hello.
Yes, you, I haven't seen your race in quite a long time. Where do you come from?
Humans?
No!
Uh,
They call you a tabaxi, right? Is that right?
That was weird.
Indeed. I am a tabaxi.
Where do you come from?
But do you know where the tabaxi are from?
No, I don't know. That's why I'm asking you.
Okay. Well, it's just that there's multiple clans, so um,
Clan
I
structure.
am.
Interesting.
Oh. Well, okay. This is my formal introduction now. I am Wingsong of the Echoing Bluff clan. Um, I come from Picarius. I studied in Silvatoran, so I'm pretty smart. Yeah.
This is a great introduction. I'm very.
Sorry.
You're
very
killing it.
curious.
I mean, would you like
He
to
has
learn
great
about?
social skills.
Would you like to learn about the Cat Lord?
But maybe in due time. And for you, the one that did not drink, you seem quite strange.
It's the alcohol. It's getting to me.
My name is Soot. I don't really have a home from where I am from, so I'm just a wanderer. I've been with
Home.
Wingsong for the past year and a half or so.
Home is where the heart is.
Yes, it is indeed. Home is where the holy light of Palor touches you at every corner of every surface of this beautiful prime material plane. Well, I'm glad to meet you all. I am, well, they refer to me as Priest Dumley Gorbelly. I'm from Clan Odin, all these other Clan Jarville, I'm from Halls of Ondra. This is, you are in the introductions, but there's something that, not necessarily that I will speak about, but there's something that you all should know.
At Fred Talks, I know.
What is it we should know? Sorry.
You should know that
You
I
could-
am quite a drunk. I do enjoy great things of alcohol. I am known to drink and fill my belly to a far extent beyond. But don't worry, I am always sober as a bird, keeping myself filled with thy religious zeal. I shall never fall too far gone.
Don't care.
It's just, I promise that your alcohol consumption is entirely not it's totally fine. Not your parents.
Ah, here, yeah.
Yeah,
Knock it back.
consumption is cat. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Questions. I have a great many questions. Yonder now comes by, giving around different plates, setting them down. Sitting at the center stage is kind of a venison loin that's been roasted, slopped down with root vegetables all around, and a few different things of jellies and gravies and small bowls with different mixtures of breads, and then 2 large pies.
Oh my god, what kind of pie?
Appears to be rhubarb.
Just rhubarb?
Just rhubarb.
That's Fred's favorite, so.
No, it's not. It's rutabaga pie.
Oh, RR.
Yonder walks away. Dig in, eat your heart's delight, please.
You ever had rutabaga pie?
Well, I don't believe I have. It seems to
It's
be
really
quite...
good.
Is that something of delicacy where you come from? One of your Echoing Bluff clan?
Yeah, really. You know, it's one of our things that we like to make. It's my horse's favorite food.
Your horse. Interesting. Maybe.
I feed him rutabagas. Rutabaga pie is his favorite dessert.
It's a delightful conversation. I really appreciate it.
Have you ever met him? He's
No,
really cool.
I've not met Fred. Yes, your horse is. But maybe. Yeah, I'll have to go introduce myself. Seems like you are
He'll
very
introduce
attached
himself to you.
to this horse. Is this
he's
something
so
that your kind is, Echoing Bluff? Is this something that you used to? Befriending
well,
horses?
Okay, well, it's complicated because I mean it's more of just
It's
like
wild.
it,
It's a wild time.
it's kind of hard to explain in one sentence of exactly what our culture's like and just
Yes.
yeah.
It's tough. It is difficult to find oneself. And it is very, very difficult. Well,
Fred's just really cool.
now, how did you all come to be? I mean, in the hall, I'm very surprised. This was, the patience
walked
of
in.
Lord Downfallow is quite thin. In fact, I have once or twice set off the wrath, so to speak, on my long draws of monologues and conversations in the throne room, talking about a great many things. I'm the one that has to go up there and kind of give the whole spiel of the undead attacks and things, and given that I am a holiness and cleric and open to the different things in the halls. But how did you all get to the throne room? How did you get an audience, the Lord, and what happened exactly in Othema? Please explain.
We're kind of a big deal.
We did a
Probably.
good several services for the Lord
Let's look at these
that
clothes.
Yeah, you kill enough undead,
curried us
you
some
get an
favor.
invite.
Yeah. We helped put an end to the undead uprising that was happening within
Real
Othema.
dragon hide.
I got a really cool swan
But
made from dragon.
and I will admit your observation is very correct. We were probably very close to setting off the Lord himself.
Ate part
Luckily,
of a
we have
dragon's
a
heart.
few people who are a bit more sociable in such circumstances, so we
You know what? He offered
probably
us.
barely scraped by.
He offered us knighthood. I don't think he was that mad at us.
Exactly. I mean, even
Yeah,
if we
but we
get
were
into a
definitely
situation,
testing his. I feel like a couple of us were definitely testing his patience.
You offered patents of nobility, knighthood. That is extraordinary. Very extraordinary. You all-
Yeah, we're just like a
Uh,
little too punk rock for that.
honestly, I
I
just
think
kind of denied it because I just didn't really know what it was.
It's just we're not great with authority,
I
but
think
we were flattered.
I think part of what may have what's the expression I'm looking for? Greased the wheels was that when we rolled into town and I was helping to treat wounded from Tholnir in the cathedral, I was able to have a conversation with the Sun Tree. Kind of made a bit of a splash.
You spoke with the Sundry.
I
Has not talked to
he
a great
gave
many number of people for many years.
I,
Yeah,
he
our
gave
gothic
warning of what
special.
was taking place down on the ground.
Something brewing.
Well,
Something
I,
more raising up into and attacking us.
I
Yeah, it's a whole thing. It's still a work in progress, but
More undead.
it does occur to us that a knighthood would have been a little bit helpful trying to get into Balder, but we've gotten to worse. So
I mean, I have a few costumes. Whatever really a knight really
honestly,
kind of is,
if we could make our way twice into the ch- deeper chambers of like under dwarves, I think we can get into Baldur. Be fine.
Master Gullbelly, are you
Yeah,
familiar with the staff of Ashtor?
That is a staff of great interest that I've researched. I've never laid eyes on the staff before, but the staff of Astor is suspected as a tool of the Black Hand to imbue evil spirits into unwilling bodies. It had an ability to circumvent the prime rituals as well as the rites or the oaths that is required for proper resurrection. A willing soul, as indeed it would put unwilling into bodies, and he would even intermax. It wouldn't even be the same body, it could be a different soul. Black Hand used it in a great vile sort, bringing about a tragedy for hundreds of years, fighting against those who worship Palor. You didn't know who was who, friends not. They used very inquisitive and counterinsurgent, or insurgent tactics, I should say. It was a vile sort of staff of Astral. Why do you ask? Is this something you've laid eyes on?
I only laid eyes on what witness cleansed and returned to the Sun Tree itself.
I see. You were able to document this and return to the Sun Tree. It was from it.
You can go check with the High Priestess in the Cathedral of Thema herself. Well, she's the one that did it.
That is quite impressive. I imagine I would document it. I'm actually supposed to be heading there in 2 days' time to speak with Lord Downfloor and give an update. But I might as well see if the Sun Tree's willing and talk with Varia.
You should tell him we say hi.
Oh my god, you should try to talk with the Sun Tree yourself.
I have once or twice, but well, he hasn't spoken back to me.
It's okay.
Always,
Talking back doesn't mean it's not listening.
he could
Of
always
course.
be listening.
Our prayers are always heard. It's just not as the proper time to answer them. That's how I interpret it.
Exactly. Just
Sure.
keep on sending
Fine.
them, and eventually they'll respond in some way.
But tell the Lord we say hi.
Yes, I will. I will for sure. You
That we're
all
working
go
on
by,
this.
obviously you have independent names, but you all go by collective names, and I refer to you all.
Yeah. Well, we're kind of nameless,
Nameless.
but if you describe us, we're pretty memorable.
Yes, well, I
Yeah.
will do the best I can. No worries, no worries.
You just
You just ping off ideas until we figure out. We'll tell you, hey,
workshopping.
that's a good one.
But again, if you just
A lot of friends here, right?
just
We're all friends.
a party that came from his way is working on the whole undead dragon situation. Sends their regard.
All right,
It's really just
no
to check
worries,
in.
no worries. Now, how did you get? I mean, this isn't really defined. I mean, get together. I mean, this seems so strange. You all folk getting together. I mean, how did you all unite?
Sometimes you just run into people and it just sticks. It's like
Bear destroyed a bar.
I did not. It was a dragon.
I mean, it looked pretty
Dragon
destroyed.
that was following you.
yeah,
It was pretty destroyed, but we only saw the aftermath. Happy
Yeah.
Wing Song.
it was. In hindsight, we could argue that it was not Varys' fault.
It was 100% not my fault.
It was connected to him. It did
If
definitely.
anything, I made the dragon leave before it killed us all.
That
So
part
you
was
agree the
also.
dragon was there because of you?
No.
You made a dragon leave.
We can't really get answers because we've killed it, but it wasn't particularly nice. It was a weird interaction. It's kind of like you when you see someone when you don't expect to see them.
I feel the more that I talk to you lot, the more confused I get.
Yeah, we have
talk
that.
around in
Something we
circles.
seem to do
It
very,
was
very
a
good at.
bar, it was destroyed, a dragon, but it left, it's now dead. The reason the rum is getting to me, or perhaps I'm
Where
not
I
even.
got- where I
Yeah,
got
not the
this
rum.
sweet- That's where I got this
Maybe-
sweet vest from.
Maybe you should drink some more rum.
Of course! I'm on my
Cheers.
5th one! You see as he jugs back the 5th one, he then begins
Oh
to
my
move his
God.
hands, touching himself, glows a little bit with light, and shakes his head. Sober as a bird now.
I feel
Uh,
like
uh,
How did I
as,
just witness him? Was that a Lester resto?
That's correct.
All right.
What's the point of getting
I was
drunk if you undrunk yourself?
Well-
Sorry.
Holy people.
I mean, okay, so essentially, we all met up at the Rock for whatever reason at this mansion.
we
We all
don't
did
have
this
to.
shit.
We don't have to elaborate.
I
Just
don't
drink. Just drink.
I don't want to. I mean,
You should have another.
He doesn't need
I
to
haven't
know
even finished the
entire-
first one.
He doesn't need to know our
Buzz.
entire backstory.
So,
Yeah, we don't. He's not. Do you have any?
he's just really cool, though. He's really cool.
I am
We
cool.
gotta get Wings on
Yes,
more
indeed.
exposure. We have to
Come
expose
on,
him
he's
to more people.
literally like the same thing as me, except religious.
I don't think that. I think that's a stretch.
Hey, that's
He's a-
whoa.
He's a fellow scholar of his studies.
He's clearly a. Yeah,
Fellow scholar indeed. Great many
I'm
texts,
drinking.
many volumes underneath my temple.
I've written many a well, I never really
Compliments
written
to you, Yanni. It's delicious.
I never really written anything, unfortunately, but I've learned a lot of the music and the stories.
I'm gonna drink.
As he knocks back that one, as he knocks back that one, I'm just like, gee, I just kind of mutter under my breath, it's like, he really just does keep going at it, doesn't he?
He does.
And with that, I'm also actually going to cast Blur on myself.
Why?
Because we can't help ourselves. That's why.
Because I haven't gotten the chance to play my chaotic nonsense, so I'm doing it.
This
People are drinking. I have a reason to fuck with them. I'm doing it.
a great
I-
power you do have. I
Fair.
believe that spell is referred to as blur.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, well, I may have learned arcane once or twice in many of my studies. I believe there are a few mages, the Glenlaw sorts, and even it's fair they learn such magical talent.
And then boom! I make a
Drinking.
turtle on the table.
Oh,
Make a turtle on the table.
Like a little
You're
turtle.
so annoying.
What are you casting minor illusion?
Yeah,
seems like
Okay.
you are
So
quite
silly.
gifted with the arcane.
I am. I'm pretty awesome. You could say I'm a amazing magical person. Hey, yo, yeah.
I don't get it.
Get out.
Was that a corn joke?
No, this. I
It
honestly
could have
don't-
been, though.
It would have been funnier if it was.
Wait, it could have been.
If you had made corn, then you could have said you're an
You know,
amazing.
Oh my
you know,
god,
mate.
you know,
you're right.
It's
And
in
I'll,
here corn
It's
eating.
worse.
Yeah,
It's
you've been
worse having to
outpowered than
reverse
that.
engineer it.
And you're an entertainer, huh?
I am. I mean,
Yeah, sure you are.
okay.
If-
Really, okay. So my job within the clan was more of like talking to each other. All the other, like, I would send over the information from the other clans to the other ones, and occasionally we would talk with Tolva Karvas. But that is my family's kind of thing. We would just, we were communicators. We sent the messages between all the clans and stuff.
They were
I
the,
was
your clan was the
training-
couriers.
Pretty much. I mean, I was training to become that, but eventually, I had a change in plans and
The
decided
master
to come
message deliverer.
here. I mean,
If this is the same realm as before, do I need to do another heat check like last time?
heat check. Oh yeah.
Well, it was nothing wrong with messenger folk. I'm a messenger myself. Delivering messages
see,
between
the
the
more-
commander
the
and those
more-
down below. It's very important work. Very important. Make sure you always
Thank
cross
you.
your T's
thank
and dot your I's.
you. See, there we go. See, the more similarities between us are growing, and being discovered.
Yes, well,
You can
See-
say,
if you want, you could study at the temple. I could teach you a thing or two and maybe take you on as initiate. Have you heard the great word of Palo before?
I mean, I've heard a lot about his name from Gothic over here, but
Oh.
other than that, I mean, I've heard a few things about the religious things, but not that much,
You have not heard about our Lord and Savior Palo before?
I mean, I haven't really studied him, no.
Well,
If this is going to turn into this, I'm going to bed. I'm leaving.
Have you ever heard of the?
This has been great. This has
Have you
been
ever
so
heard of
nice.
the Lord and Savior, the Cat Lord?
I gotta
of all
go.
feelings?
Let me tell
So
you about the
good.
leader.
I'm going to knock back
Actually,
and I'm going to
He
speaking
go.
actually exists.
speaking of Paz, there was something I wanted to ask you. Do you what does the leader look like?
Well,
I
tall.
know I know you have this difficulty describing. Do you have anything that do you have any kind of representation of what he might look like on you?
Do I know he already knows? I'm gonna just look at Varys.
What?
I mean, Varys. I don't know. You're just looking at Varys to get what Varys is
Just
like.
gonna look. I'm just gonna mentally do.
I don't
Tell
know
him
if
how
it's
you
really.
speak to him.
Yeah,
I don't know.
I don't know.
I
Varys
could
is
do
just like
that.
mid drink going, why is he staring at me?
It's
And then
just gonna be a voice.
I'm very uncomfortable right now.
As this is going on, I'm gonna disappear the turtle, and I'm gonna make another illusion that's like a question mark made out of maize corn.
Is something the matter, Paz?
That's not really corn.
It's
Not corn.
maize.
Oh no! But I have a figure I made. Kind of looks like
Oh.
this. That is just a wood
Is
figure.
it tiny?
Yes.
Like the most generic looking wood figure, is it?
It's I don't know, it's probably what, like, I don't know, like 6 inches tall.
How
Oh,
detailed is it?
I mean, as detailed as I could with like a butter knife. It was carved on a boat that was attacked by a kraken.
With a butter knife.
Well, with whatever knife was around.
So it just kind of like takes a look at it, is like,
There are features.
Okay.
Is it the
But
man or is it the woman?
It is made of wood.
Is the leader
I
a
mean,
man or a woman or like
it's-
something else? So, like,
It's
I can't really
clearly.
tell.
I mean, he's a man, but I guess he can take all forms.
Oh.
what does the figurine look like? At least in the description, the
Can it
slight
be
description you
determined
do
at
have.
all?
Because it's obvious that it's, you know, shoddily made. So
Not shoddily.
Rude. He's got woodworking.
Wow, I'm a woodworker, sir.
Even,
Done on a
I
boat.
don't even say that someone's quality of work is bad. I just say it's weird. You're over here. You're dissing him.
And creepy and gross.
Exactly. That's different.
Yeah.
That's not. I'm not just deteriorating the quality of his work. You're over here deteriorating.
I mean, he even said it was made with like a butter knife. You can't really make.
Well, I mean, to
Like, how do you
scale,
carve wood with a butter knife?
He can be really good at the carving.
it's
with
like
a
carved
butter
out of a
knife.
spoon and.
Yeah, that's it.
Hey, spoons are really dangerous. Have you ever been stabbed with a spoon?
I mean, no.
No.
Exactly. You don't want
I
the
mean, I
big.
guess it would be tall, kind of slimmer, like a really defined like chin and cheekbone structure. You know.
Does he look like Lord Farquaad?
Lord Farquaad, he huffed and he puffed and he signed the eviction notice.
Because you're making him
Sorry,
sound like
I had to
Lord
look that up.
Farquaad right now.
Oh, he's taller. I mean, it's to scale, but he's taller, slimmer.
He's just tall Lord Farquaad.
Alright.
Got hairish down to shoulderly length. In this particular moment, it's just kind of like down and straight because it's easier to do that way.
Well, thank you for.
There are no ears on him, so
Well, I would assume that ears are being hidden by the long hair in this circumstance, because like the same thing goes for is his long hair is covering his ears.
You just
normally.
like move around the
Okay,
figurine. You're like, where is the ears?
because there
I
wasn't
can't
enough room.
find them.
But thank you for your safe assumptions.
But oh well, I appreciate you showing me
Varys
this.
saw him as well.
Oh, he did. Oh, that's right. He did. He did mention that when you guys when it was asked about last time, but I think I just forgot to ask him about it again. Oh well.
I found him in the woods dying. He was, oh, my innards are outwards. Oh,
Damn.
It's more dramatic every time he tells the story.
I can help you. And, you know, I patched him together. And fended off bears and birds and,
There were no bears.
you know,
Were
well, yeah,
there birds?
that you saw.
Oh my god.
He fended them off so well that you didn't even get to see a glimpse of them. You should be thankful. He saved your life.
Yeah, and then he tried to cut out my heart and eat it.
Okay,
That's true. I witnessed that myself.
That is not true.
I will take my leave. On that note, I see. Devier is always safe here. So, well, you all enjoy the good food. I've ate my good lot.
Thank
I have
you.
to go get back to one of my initiates, Merlin, an orphan. I picked him up.
You're not going to stay and drink more?
But no. Merlin and I have to go through a few studies and whatnot.
It doesn't sound like fun. You should stay and drink more. Come on.
Roll persuasion.
No,
I won't help.
let him go. Let him leave.
I don't think he's
Wow.
Well, I imagine I could stay for another drink or two. No worries.
Come on. There's
John,
still like
here.
there's
Get in here.
still
Why
like
don't you
half
get a
a
drink?
can. Go ahead. You thought they get some. Go ahead. Here.
Yeah, just sit
Harris,
scratch
you
the
like
chairs.
to
What
drink?
do I have to do with this?
Yeah, do you,
like to
we'll go for a
You
nice
guys
drink.
go.
And,
Hold on. I got to go check something on Fred real quick. I forgot something. I'm just going to run out.
Wait,
You're
Fred?
so awful.
What?
I left something in the back of Fred up back.
What
Wait,
do you-
where
what-
we?
He's in the
yeah,
keep right
well,
now.
last we got plenty of rum.
Excellent.
Yada begins to
back.
clean up different plates and everything and
Okay.
walks back into the kitchen.
I believe
A nightmare has become.
I believe I have.
Bitching guys.
Going to take my leave for the night. I am starting to feel tired.
Oh,
So
Oh,
Yeah,
well,
that's
I will. I mean, I was persuaded to have another drink. And I'll have another. Well, I'll drink another one. Anyways, enjoy joining me.
well, you
yeah.
did.
Wing
You
Song's joining you.
did pay for the
I'll
rum,
drink
so I
some.
would
hold
I,
on.
get as
I'll,
much out of it as you can.
I
Hold on.
do want to drink. I
As
just
you're
don't want to
walking
stay.
away, Soot, I'm going to use meow meow language. And, uh, just I guess meow over to you, be like, "Hey, I need to talk to you tonight. Thank you. Good
So
night."
it just like looks back over. He's like, "What?" And they call me just like, "Why?" I'll talk to you later.
Bye.
Are you going back? Do you need the key?
And
I still
all the
have.
keys are the same. Don't worry,
Yeah. Well,
Nayera.
no, Naya's,
All the
Naya's
keys are
key.
the same.
Yes,
Naya's
they're all
key
the
is
same.
different. Naya's key is different because she got the double bed.
Oh, well, all
She
the
got,
keys except yours
but
are the
everybody
same.
else, yeah, every other key is the exact same.
There's no
So
security here. We could
yeah,
all
so
be easily robbed.
I'm gonna look left, look right, and I'm gonna use the ring of invisibility and just walk back in.
Oh, you're coming back
Well,
invisible. Okay.
Yes.
how's it going? Have you ever heard of the I guess the Cat Lord?
You talking to me?
Yes, yes.
I've not heard of the Cat Lord. You would tell me about this lord.
Oh, well, the Cat Lord is I guess the god of felines. Yeah, he's pretty cool.
No, I'm leaving. Goodbye.
uh he's kind of like, imagine your Pelor, or right? But except his entire thing is that he created everything that
Absolutely.
is feline.
Got a
Whoa.
power layer up.
It's quite
So
And
interesting.
invisible.
I am a creation of him. In fact, he visited me. Do you want to see his little note
Oh,
that he left?
someone went through the map.
I didn't know if it was gonna let me, and it did.
He went through the
Transverse
window.
time. Yeah, no, there is no.
It was cool in there. I really liked
There is no
it.
second story map. Just FYI. So
I just I liked breaking the matrix.
I broke the matrix.
In the outside world.
All right, you three all
Yeah.
head upstairs. Okay.
I'll get the little note out. I can't remember exactly what it says, but it says the Cat Lord is here.
Cat Lord's here.
What? Yeah, like that. Yeah. I wrote it down in my notebook, but I don't have my notebook.
Yeah, so you're saying this Cat Lord
As-
actually wrote that note?
Yes. I put so we do offerings, right? Food offerings typically, or items or something like milk, and we put it somewhere that a cat typically would go, because he can take the form of a humanoid, typically a human, or a cat,
Hmm.
or a horrifying beast.
Yep. Yep.
As Wing Song is explaining all this, I just want to do a quick cast of Eyes to the Grave.
What does that do?
If
Lets
there's
him
any undead within 60 feet of me that aren't behind total cover, I'm aware of them.
Okay. You do not detect any undead.
Okay.
But yeah, yeah, he will come over, and if you're able to meet him, depending on your species, he will not kill you.
No, as much as this is exciting, finishes the rub. I do have to go. I appreciate this. Oh, that is a massive template. Oh my goodness gracious.
But yeah,
Don't worry, the Cat Lord will kill you if he sees you, probably.
Well, okay. Well,
Yeah.
on that note, I will see you all later. I do have to get back. Well, that was an enjoyable conversation. Good thing with your cat lord there, and
Hey, the Cat Lord's lantern, shine your pad.
yes, of course, yes. I bid you adieu. It's trouble.
Goodbye. I did pretty good on that one, right? What do you think, Beres? You like learning about the Cat Lord?
So much knowledge.
It's very bad. I, I choked on some air.
Cannot with you. I cannot.
My social skills are really good, I swear. I'm also a highly skilled musician.
All of this tracks for
There you
sure.
are.
There.
Okay, well, I'll see you guys later. I'm gonna go to bed now. Totally.
At some point, I'm gonna just unpoof with that. So I said, "I'm sorry, I had to follow you."
Ah,
I was hoping George Dwarf would ramble on more. It'd be really funny because Varys gets annoyed. I got nothing to do until he gets up because I don't know where our room is.
that
One
does
of
seem
the-
like an issue.
So I'm gonna just
as you
hang out
guys-
here.
Yeah, as you guys are walking up, you'll notice that just one of the doors to the room. One of the rooms is open, and Soot's just kind of like sitting on one of the beds, sitting on the bed, just kind of reading. You
Is
left the door.
ours?
It's actually when you have the key to your room.
Gotcha,
There's only one
gotcha.
copy. I just went to one of the rooms that
So
we
you're gonna have a
couldn't
chat
get.
with Wings on.
Yeah, and I left the door open so he knows which one he's in.
Okay, I'll go over to. Are you in my room?
Yeah, the keys all the key
Okay.
unlocks literally every door, so I just chose one that was empty.
Okay, I go over to the open door.
That's really unsafe.
Yeah, they're all the same. The only one that's different is the bigger room.
I'll go to
every
my room.
door.
Yeah, one key to open every door. It costs 2 gold.
It costs two. It costs
There's
2
no
gold for
hot
all the
water.
room.
It
It
costs
costs
one
2 gold
gold,
for
one gold a night for the bigger rooms, and 3 silver a night for the smaller rooms.
And our food.
And then we'll add it on to add it all compounded for the lunch, and then for one night of rooms, it was 2 gold pieces.
Yeah, we got a nice.
And only
discount.
one key opens all the doors.
So yeah, I'll go over to my dear friend Soot's area, and I'll close the door and I'll lock it with a very secure key.
Very secure key.
And I'll.
If only
Go-
nobody had the
Is there a
same key.
window?
Rooms have windows as they're facing outwards. Yeah,
If I can close them, I will.
sure.
Okay, Soot. I've been using my big brain powers, and I put together some things. I've been thinking really hard. Okay. You remember how I spent time in Silvatoren, right?
Yeah.
The school, the school in Cortar Crevasse. I've obviously am a pretty good at the history stuff, and I just been looking through my stories and such to put together some pieces. I noticed a few similarities in the past relating to what's happening now. Have you ever heard of the timekeepers?
Have I?
It's old. It's thousands of years ago. All the way in, I believe it was 491 AN, where these timekeepers were uh, searching and about this magic that was related to time, and where they made a congruence with this entity. And I'm believing that this entity may be the one that is related to the Well of the Nine Realms. They were searching and they were able to gain power from this entity until eventually it started to, I believe, consume the island. And eventually they had to kill themselves, destroy themselves, really, in order to stop this being, this entity, really, from consuming the entire Isle of Torment. And uh, this is not only the time. Speaking of congruences, the congruence from what I'm understanding, is just another way to travel to another realm. The Torcarves entirely is made around the congruence of the Feywild. It's there's other things. I mean, if the well of the nine realms is to really be the well of the nine realms, it must be a congruence with the entity. If it's able to slow down time, just like the entity in the congruence that was in 491 was able to, then it must be the same one. And if the water that came from that well was able to do whatever the fuck happened with Pylor, it must be a very powerful being. So I don't know everything about what it all is, but it, if these congruences are all connected, I don't know. I have a thought that the entity could be from either a realm separate from that I just don't understand or know. I've heard of another realm that the congruences can attach to, but I still obviously don't know this realm. But Crystal, what is her name? Chrysola, fuck, Crystal Tosilaris, right? She was a part of these congruences. She was a part of what's called the Silver Toran, right? Where I learned and know this lady, but there was a time when the congruence was being rebuilt, correct? However, one of the pieces, one of the artifacts that they used in order to create to reconstruct the congruence to the Feywild, because remember, the elves are very connected to the Feywild, right? Tolkarvas, all elves, literally like fucking 12,000 of them. And a part of the artifact, one of the artifacts of the seven, were corrupted. This caused the congruence to be faulty and connected to the Shadowfell, causing a massive war, killing many people for decades, until eventually Crystal Steliaris, whatever the fuck, complicated name that I can't pronounce in this accent, eventually, eventually went into the congruence as it was unstable, causing it to collapse with the artifacts she brought with them, eventually hiding them somewhere within the Shadowfell. I can look more into it, but I all we know is from the last communication from her is that she was aware of the Raven Queen possibly finding her. I don't know if the entity is the Raven Queen or if she's related to this Shadowfell or what, but that's I've just putting together some things that I know. And I thought about bringing this up to the group, but I don't know. I don't want to sound crazy, and you're kind of the filter for my madness, I guess. You know?
I understand, and that's a lot to take in, especially since most of those names I don't know myself. But if everything you're saying is true, if these connections are there, that is very unique, to say the least.
I've
It's
been
definitely
looking into
interesting.
it. I've been looking into it for a bit now. I've been trying to make sure I understand before just bringing up and being wrong about it. But
Yeah.
I
Well,
this might be related.
I feel like bringing this up to the group and just putting it out as an idea instead of and not making it out as fact, but just something that you've researched a bit into would get the motions of everyone else thinking on it, and we could all look into it some more together and figure out the pieces if they are there. Or if they aren't there, then together we can find out that it's not true. There's no way to really know all of this though. So
Well, thank you for not calling me crazy.
I mean, it sounds crazy. It sounds
It
absolutely fucking
certainly does.
crazy. But after everything we've been through so far, crazy's the normal. So
I mean,
I mean,
yes.
the only thing I'm thinking of is I don't believe the entity has a connection to Shadowfell. I don't know why I feel that way, but I just don't think there's a connection between those two. But the congruence theory that you have definitely makes a lot of sense.
I was just thinking because in the tale of the death of the timekeepers, they specifically called it a congruence. I don't know exactly how they had it formed as of right now, but I they had a congruence with these three wizards, and well, eventually they destroyed themselves closing it. It's I don't know if this new well, I guess is the way to put it, is just I don't is just another scheme for this entity to grow in power. If Porig might know more, I mean, he's really old. He may remember these moments. I don't know how old he is or whatever, but I'm
That's
hoping he's
also,
doing good things and not using anything that he learns from that entity in a bad way.
I mean, he did scam us for 15,000 gold.
Shit. Wait, that was him? Fuck.
That was Master Porig.
Oh shit. I didn't remember that one.
Yeah,
Well,
currently still in
that's
deck.
that's pretty bad then. Well, we might have a we might have
I don't
a new
think I
timekeeper.
don't think he's bad, but I think he's a little off the rocks to say the least. But
Well,
let's definitely bring this up to the party in the morning.
again, yes, it could be possible that I guess in a sense the timekeepers have been reestablished in the sense that there are a few people out there that may have had contact with the entity and been
Such
given
as Damodar.
time powers. I mean, Damadar is a powerful person, and if he's such a follower of the entity, possibly, then he could definitely be a new timekeeper. And Poreg could be too, but I don't know.
I'm gonna go head over to Naira's room because she was looking forward to having a bath, but I think I heard something
Yeah.
about us not having any hot water, so I'm gonna.
Sure.
There you go.
So Heavy Heart and Jared are still at the table. Everyone else seems to have gone upstairs.
Hmm.
What are y'all doing?
Uh, I'm gonna need your help with Gilgaveris.
What's going on?
Dovig just kind of looks around behind him. The full details I'll have to give someone else, but if I remember correctly, we couldn't do anything to Athraean until your stone was whole.
Mm-hmm.
That seems to be the case with the dragon here.
So we need to find the other pieces of his stone.
Aye. If you remember, Gilga was a little recalcitrant about being willing to believe that the stone could be helpful.
He's stubborn.
Aye. So,
Well, I could certainly help locate the stones if we have an idea of where they are, but
guess we could get, is there somewhere in the marsh? That is likely to be.
we'll just have to keep an eye out then.
Aye. I'm all curious. Maybe you answered this earlier with the others, but how is it Paz found you wounded?
I went there as part of one of my missions, and I was supposed to stop the cult leader. I got there too late.
What's this cult all about?
I don't know too many details.
I mean, certainly no good if it's going to compel them to do things that I saw them doing when I first met y'all.
I don't know if that was the cult, but
Yeah. All right. Well, we might have to go outside the city if we want to have this rest of this conversation with everyone else. So, yeah. How was the rum? I didn't even drink any.
pretty good. It's the same stuff we had back at before we left.
Hey, yeah, I saw a label.
I don't understand why it's such a big deal to smuggle, but
I
gets you pretty
know.
drunk. So
It's just rum. I
politics
don't.
are weird.
That's true. Huh. Uh, Speaking of weird,
Uh huh.
I mean, we said it before, but I gotta say it again. A city that's got undead coming at it several times, does this place not seem a bit too relaxed about it?
Based on what we've been told, none of the attacks have been serious in nature enough to cause real panic. So I feel like most people are just trying to ignore it and go about their lives. It's for probably the average citizen around here. There ain't a damn thing they can do about it.
Mm. Just doesn't seem right. I don't know what it is that I'm missing, but something seems out of place. I don't know, maybe after all the undead we've been facing, I've seen them everywhere. Getting paranoid.
Yeah, maybe a bit jumpy. Maybe we'll get more answers in the marches.
Maybe. I've been told the fog isn't really anything to worry about there, so we got that going for us.
Good to know.
Filthy's gonna reach over, see if there's any like unfinished rum, and just grab it and drink it, taste it for himself.
Tastes good. Sweet,
Hey.
a lot of vanilla, spices, some mixture of different things in there, and it's high in alcohol.
Hey, it tastes good. I don't know. You ever find out where it comes from?
He said all the labels on the last one were fake, so
Hey, that's right.
hard to tell.
There's one other thing, lad.
Hmm.
I noticed you're a bit absent a couple times when we were in FEMA. I mean, not you have to tell me, but curiosity's getting the best of me. Where are you running off to?
Guild business mostly.
What is your guild?
Hunters, mostly of monsters or beasts or things we don't think regular knights or paladins can handle.
They're the ones that trained you in that special magic. Interesting.
Yeah, there was a group in Athema that I met up with a couple of times. Gave me some personal info regarding Paz's leader. So
Yeah. So you are still keeping an eye out for him, huh?
yeah, he's a dangerous guy.
Hey. we run into him, I'm happy to back you up if you want.
I appreciate that. I'm more worried about Paz's reaction when I actually have to do it versus actually having to do the deed.
That is a legitimate. I understand.
But there's a reason Paz is the only person left in that cult.
He's the only one.
Yeah.
I see. Interesting.
He went Dark Souls.
Hey, well, I think it's time I turn in, lad. No,
I'll be up in a bit.
Is it right to call you lad, or you pushing a good elvish age yourself?
I've been around for a century or two. So
All right. My apologies then. So have I.
didn't think personal of it. So if lad's easy for you, it's whatever.
Ah.
Just don't call me sir.
All right. Good night, Varys.
Good night, Thothig.
You go up as well?
Yep.
Halfway up the stairs. Hear the sound blowing of a war horn begins to emanate outwards. After the war horn happens, a few more happen. There's more going blowing, one, another time, begin to echo out. Then there's the sound of a bell as it begins to kind of go through. Looks like my music is bugged. If not, it would be playing.
We can just act it out.
Being a real
Bong,
piece
yeah.
of shit.
bong.
I'd have to refresh and it might work. But as the bells begin to ring outwards and ding, you see many of the people inside of the tavern now, Varys and Heavyheart being at the kind of the halfway up the stairs. They kind of look around, kind of scared in a way, but some of them are kind of shaking their heads and it's going to be okay. And they're kind of talking amongst themselves. And some are leaving, but not rushing out, right? They're doing what they can. And Yadir kind of comes out and not again. It's kind of shuffles back some of the tables and kind of helps those that are staying and get more drink and food and whatnot. You all hear this. You all hear the horns. You all hear the bells continuing. Relentless in that. And there's definitely shadows and movement now happening by the windows as individuals are kind of running to potentially posts.
So they run back down the stairs and jump on the table. Hey,
Hable.
what's all the ruckus?
This night may have gotten more interesting.
Hey. Is that bell calling people to arms? I'm yelling this to anyone in the room.
Yeah, you're kind of tries out.
That bell is right like that. There's a whore out there. You'll be all right. Don't worry about it.
I think we should worry about it. What do you think, Varys?
I mean, it depends on how serious this attack is, I guess.
Wouldn't hurt to at least go take a look, eh?
Yeah, I don't mind scouting it out.
I'll catch up with you. I'll grab the others. I'll run back upstairs.
First, we'll chug the rest of his rum and then make for the door.
Okay.
Run upstairs, start banging on doors.
As you're running up the stairs, you probably notice Soot leaving the room and leaving Wingsong's room, and he's looks like he was about to start heading towards one of the larger rooms.
Gotta put that bath on hold, lad. It looks like we got business. Or
Do we have
sounds
to?
like we should at least go check it out.
Why you say it like that?
We're only gonna observe.
We're only gonna
I mean,
look.
we like
Only
to say in this
looking.
group we're just looking.
Can we just spend one night not looking and just resting? I don't want to deal with any more undead. We've already fucking done enough for the week.
I'll tell you what. Let's go ask Nayera.
Please
She's the
don't.
one, you know.
She's going to just say
Just
yes.
walk by him, knock on the door of the big room.
So there's seriously no hot water here.
And that's what Nayera.
What?
You hear the bells and the horns.
Yeah. Yeah, I heard it.
Thinking of going to go take a look, see what's going on. You want to join us?
Do we have to?
It's like dead people that they don't even care about.
As I know you like to say, we're just looking.
I will go look, but again, it sounds like they don't even care.
They'll have it handled. They're used to dealing with this. It's not going to change. It's this another night for them.
I
But at
can't
least
see in the dark.
if we see what's happening there, it could give us a little bit of an edge when we go out into the mud ourselves.
It might be worth a clue, but we're just looking.
Aye, just looking.
No spells. No attacks.
No,
Not if we
just
don't have to. Nope.
just looking.
Put your holy symbol and your hammer away.
I have that in my hands.
They've got it under control. We're gonna go. We're gonna look, see if there's any clues, and then we're gonna come back and go to bed.
You definitely do not have anything in your hands.
So it's gonna take the hood from his dragon cloak and throw it up. It's like, all right.
Okay, so you're all going. Varys is gone, right? You're going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, Varys
Hello,
is gone.
guys. I'm also here now.
Come on,
I mean,
Wait till next time.
yeah, I'm pretty sure
On the
you would have heard.
Your door's
something,
open.
Yeah.
We would have heard.
Varys has my room key anyway. I don't know. I didn't actually ask.
Like,
Apparently, one
They
key
never
opens every
grabbed it.
door, though.
Yeah, so
So I heard you guys are gonna go look somewhere. I'm going to.
We're gonna go check out what's going on with the horde that's approaching.
we're just looking.
We're just looking.
Nobody
For
told
once
me
in
that.
our
I
lives.
What a
Please.
great cliffhanger. We're just looking.
We're just looking.
Just looking. Okay.
I can't
So-
see in the dark, though.
Varys was not part of the just looking conversation.
No.
Yeah.
Something completely just left me. Just
So-
like I don't care. You got one cat. Don't need the other one.
As you make way into the town, right, leaving Lumpenstone Tavern, you notice again there's people pushing past, and they're mainly others, maybe from other sides of the walls that are kind of coming. And there's very few, right, only several. They're kind of moving and hustling and getting to their posts. Eventually, you make way. Varys, obviously, you're significantly in the lead to the actual the gate there of the keep, right? Kind of noting that. The last place that they mentioned, they come out of the small wood and then they attack that western wall, right? They attack that western wall, the keep side. So that's what they're kind of interpreting, that if you have them check it out or help or whatever's going to happen, I should go there. At least go to the keep and find out what's going on. So the doors themselves are open. People on top, there's several of them. They're looking at the soldiers, people yelling, giving out commands, giving out orders. You notice that there's designations such as division that they're using, like first, second, third, fourth, and they're kind of pointing at different walls, different segments, and where to go. And from the kind of chaos and commotion, there's a great many number that don't know where to go. They're kind of bumping into each other, confused, looking around. They're kind of grabbing different weapons from the armory that's kind of pitched and thatched over top, and they're grabbing best they can. Certain people are getting strapped together, and it's happening over a kind of a distant, a period of time that gives way for you to kind of slither and move around and just get enough hearsay to note of kind of where you want to be on. Kind of the western side of that wall, right? Get onto that part, go past the keep, get past where everyone's kind of going, following the crowd, and check out what's going on and see if you can help. Now, the rest of the party kind of form at this point, and it's at that stage that they're actually they're shutting the actual doors, right? So they're kind of in the process of getting those large double doors shut of the side, kind of central, locking down the keep walls, right? As you kind of approach, they kind of look. A couple people kind of hold the doors open, waiting for you all to get in. And then after you all get in, they shut the doors themselves, begin to lift large pieces of timber to bar those double wooden doors of the actual gate.
crowd itself is beginning to form. Varus, you're on scene a little bit past, but slow to get parties pushing past. For the sake of it, I'll go ahead and bring you all into the map at the same time. So,
The siege of Fort Farron.
Just a reminder,
Man, I
I
could
don't.
just stayed asleep.
yes,
for this
I
one.
understand. I got you.
I don't
And-
work tomorrow, but I do.
Just observing.
You do have
Just
to be
observing. Remember, we're just
Just watching.
observing.
We're just
looking.
looking. We are
Just
just
looking.
looking.
awake. Just looking.
We all agreed we were just looking, so it's fine.
Just looking. Which is code for killing them.
No, looking.
All right. So the shouting that's happening, right, you can hear it around all along the wall stretches, right? The wall stretches from large north to large south. Now, at this wall segment, from something you can understand is that this resembles the actual wall of the rest, potentially, of the city. This wall itself is not very large, right? Considering what you kind of have observed back in Othema. Again, it's roughly about 15 feet in height. There are these staircases and these stone platforms that kind of lead up onto the actual wall. This wall segment doesn't have any particular towers. In a couple other places, there's little raised platforms, right? And that was similar to the actual town walls. So the only real large, heavy wall was the one that you kind of went through and that faces towards the town, noting potentially through the construction and development of this place that this might not have ever been necessary to have reinforced walls, and they gave up on that project, right? And so what you're kind of seeing is that these are rock-walled, cobbled, or bricked rock-walled kind of walls. They're decent enough to hold themselves, but they're not anything to kind of prize themselves over. Two mangonels on either side of the central segment of the wall that you've come to. You've came to this point because you see Commander Imar Luna on top of the actual wall, shouting orders at the centralized location, pulling that, hey, if anybody's going to know what's going on, or at least to give an earshot and we can observe, this would probably be the best place to do it. The two mangonels are not the only actual catapults that they have. In fact, you're seeing every few segments there's more mangonels, and there's some of which are actually slowly being pushed up out of different areas that they kind of keep covered of cloth kind of tanned over top so they don't rot or whatnot. The simple rocks and boulders are being kind of pulled into them. A few wagons are being towed full of those, and they're being pulled out by ropes and other mechanisms to get fit into the mangonels. These catapults are actually quite large, and they have to be operated by 4 individuals and support teams in the backside with wagons getting boulders and rocks. Different soldiers are on top of these walls with crossbows. This small kind of cranial is only about 2.5, 3 feet. It's not giving any cover or protection or anything. It's just kind of a lip to stop from falling over potentially, or maybe just kind of holding the rock structures together of these walls. The commander's kind of yelling, doing different instructions and orders and whatnot. And then is where I'm going to go and unpause it so that you can make your way onto the wall. And then I'll give a description of that and what you see potentially. And then we will go ahead and call the session.
It's telling that you want us to see, though.
Yeah.
I'll just set the stage. So you all came to observe, right?
We're just looking.
Only looking.
We are
Then we jump
specifically
over the wall.
looking.
So as you climb around to the wall, again, you're kind of using the stone staircases. It's very vertical in the scope, but eventually it gets on. You kind of get on. You see that it has this loose structure to the wall. Some of the soldiers are looking over in your direction. Many of them are holding torches as well, and they're kind of like looking around, scanning the actual distance and things. The commander pulls out a pipe, kind of smokes a little bit. Oh, well, it looks like you all kind of got here. I'm surprised you're all here.
Just wanted to check it out. Just looking.
So am
Just checking it out.
I would rather be in bed right now.
Oh, poor Sid. The amount that Sid feels makes me almost want to say no to all of this.
You almost did.
I almost did. I felt bad.
So he goes, light it up. He yells out, light it up. You see people kind of passing on, light it up, light it up. Different words are kind of happening. Some of the crossbows kind of dip down some different fabric, and they kind of launch it up and send out these little things for extra light. They're actually providing little bits of light kind of past the trench every so often, lighting it up, giving the light space on the other side. From what you can tell now, since many of you don't have dark vision kind of extending, right, but now you do have a source of light, is that there is a massive dug trench fit with actual palisade spikes. And so there's this kind of a lining along the entire distance outside of the wall. Past that, what you can see are just heavy stumps. These stumps of deciduous trees have been chopped down and removed. And then in the shadows in the backdrop, you can see there's actually trees. So this is actually the forest line.
So with 120 foot of dark vision, I can see just fine.
As it kind of so you have the 100. As it kind of becomes lit up, there's a swirling, almost this kind of lighting effect that begins to happen as this fog rolls in, and there's actual light that begins to become emerged from it. And this fog itself is dancing these lights, and these shadows begin to emerge from the actual lighting source. And you can't actually see particularly what these individuals are, but the shadows that are coming through are not small. They're actually large. As they're kind of crushing through, you see the commander kind of staring in the distance. You see some of the soldiers kind of gripping themselves and looking in the direction. As the hulking and different things are happening, the actual wall begins to move and shake. As it begins to kind of move a little bit, the thunderousness of the actual steps begin to go increasingly larger and larger. You see the commanders looking around and holding the pipe, gripping it. Oh, what is going on? He stretches.
Is this not normal?
Hold fast, men! Hold fast, soldiers! One man! We'll be all right. Oh, it's not normal. It's not normal at all. In seconds, these large, thunderous voices of roars begin to emerge, pushing themselves outside of the fog. Holding metallic black metal shields are hulking 13-foot tall figures begin to run with these large black metallic maces holding on either side as they push themselves out of the fog into the visible light spectra as they begin to roar violently, thundering forward. More figures follow behind them. That is when we're going to go ahead and pause and end the session.
Oh, is it? Is that where we're going to pause it?
That's where we're going to pause.
That's where, yep.
Oh my god.
We just observed. Now we can leave.
We looked, and now we know, and now we
That's
leave.
it. Like, all right, good luck, guys. We're out.
That looks weird.
We did the observing, but we're still doing the looking.
I'm just saying they were very casual. Clearly things could and have gotten worse.
And things seem to have gotten worse.
So, as we end the session,
I wish it would stop happening when we get there. It's rude.
Large hulking figures pushing past out of the fog, more to follow. It is indeed the siege of Fort Farron, this particular event in this dynamic event. And how so it happens, this combat can get quite lengthy and can last a great deal of time. For the next session, I would be prepared that combat may last the entire session.
What? A siege taking a while?
We will take breaks if you do intend to be in combat. Nothing saying you can't leave if you don't want to. You can always leave.
You can always,
We've observed.
We could just leave. We did it. We nailed it.
you can always be bored as fuck.
You all got this. Good luck.
You all got this. You can always bounce out.
Hey, I got short bow +1/+1 arrows. Okay, I got to use these up.
There you go. So be prepared for that. We'll probably end up taking more breaks, right? Just as usual, just because the combat gets quite lengthy. I will be shortening down. We will be using the kind of mob attack rules in a lot of different aspects. So depending on the creature type and things, they'll actually be doing group rolls, which is kind of this automatic hit, and then they do an average damage and things. So especially with the guards and the soldiers, right? They're going to be firing in volleys. With that said, if you're watching the session, thanks so much. We'll see what happens to the Fellowship. The Siege of
We're just looking
next week. Just looking, though. We're just
looking. We're just
looking.
We're just looking, guys.
All right.
See ya. Shadowfell has come back.